So let's go switch to here. So this is what we did yesterday, right here. We did our this is like we did this freestyle. We literally freestyle the inking and the characters for the most part. I tried to add another character, it just didn't work out. I couldn't figure out the angle at that time, and I don't want to spend too much time on the angle of where the character I couldn't figure out on. So I decided just to do something different. Which is I decided to use Frog the Frog. But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool design for like, for the challenge, for the art book challenge. Which that's the whole point, guys, is like to just go with the flow and see what we could come up with and not really overthink it and get better at come up with designs better. Um, but yeah, I actually so now so actually what I thought about doing now is reposting all of these images, guys, into my Twitter, because what I'm thinking about doing now is using these designs, my traditional art pieces, for Twitter. Because even though you could like AI mess with it, it's gonna be very hard. It's not gonna be as hard, but it's like it's gonna be a little bit different with like traditional art pieces than digital art pieces. With digital, it's a lot easier to manipulate with AI than traditional art pieces. Because with this, I could do this. I could add like some some pencils, erasers, stuff like that, and just kind of like thing like that. It's gonna be very like not, I don't think it's gonna be extremely hard to take it out, but it's gonna be a lot more annoying, I guess you could say. um so yeah, that is my plan. Like, I think my plan right now is to like just repost a lot of artwork right now on Twitter. Oh, obviously with some new ones, just to avoid the whole AI thing, and just continue uploading like my videos, my what do you call it, my time lapse videos, short videos that I've been posting, because those are very hard to copy to as well, because you can't even copy videos with AI, right? As far as I know. I know a lot of people are leaving Twitter right now. A lot of artists are leaving Twitter. I did talk about more about this in my recent video. So if you guys want to check that out, it talks about the recent AI Twitter update of edit the image with AI and stuff like that. And honestly, I found out something of why they're doing it, by the way. Oh, and it has to do something with money. It's a possibility, guys. Again, it's a theory going on right now, and there are tech guys talking about it, about how much money it costs to every person who uploads the image, and where like if you're not making the money back with your image, because a lot of like there's some people that don't get enough like views or likes or interaction with the post and stuff, that they end up losing money. So they're pretty much wasting money on the person in general. So this is probably a way for them to get a lot of people to post less. And honestly, guys, it may be working, guys. Oh my god. So, hold up. Halo Studios is probably going all in on Gen AI. Gen AI? Ooh, that's lazy shit, dude. No, Gen AI is lazy. If it's AI, that's different. In development, guys, in gaming development, Gen AI is I'm probably I'm just it's generic AI, where it's nothing. It's pretty much very like sloppy work. Pretty much, we've seen it before. This is really bad. But you know what? What I hope of all this stuff, I really hope that like here's the thing. If they want to use Gen AI, obviously go for it. But like well, the funny part is where people are gonna start realizing that, oh yeah, maybe it's not worth it because the quality is really bad. It's like, you know what I mean? Because again, there's a difference from using AI as a tool and then Gen AI. Gen AI, it's generic kind of shit where it's pretty much gonna be very low edit, and it's gonna be like recycling things that is already being created in so many ways. So it's like the new Halo thing you guys can get. It's not really gonna be new. It's probably gonna be look weird and sloppy and shit. All right, let's do this. All right, guys. Anyways, all right, so let's go with the community drawing. Right. Luckily, yeah. So, oh my god, I didn't do that. Okay. All right. Oh, but guys, I got a camera now for my car. My dad got me which I didn't know how much expensive it was. He got me a $200 camera for my car. So pretty much the power attaches to the car and what's it called? Like the battery charger? What do you call it? I forgot the connection. But anyways, so it's just a simple connection charger to the car, and you just put it on your windshield, and that's pretty much it. Now the only thing I gotta do now is gotta figure out how to like use that with my other connector for my phone. It's gotta figure out a way to like make put them together in some ways, but I'm pretty sure it's very doable. But yeah, so who knows? Maybe I'll be able to make some content, obviously without doxing, while I am driving these deliveries for the next year or so, or yeah, in general. There we go. Or even like when I'm like driving towards like an art show, stuff like that. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, it's really cool. It's very good for security. It's good for insurance. Because they like to showcase like, oh, it's not my fault, it's their fault kind of thing. I mean that's like what a lot of people uses it for at this point, for insurance purposes. What was it? 9. So 9 will be right here. Sorry guys, I'm like trying to put the middle part. All right. Oh, music. Let's see. Is there any like video game music? Let's see. Video game Christmas music. There you go. I think I know some, but not all. Let's see, because there's like always like an ice level, you know what I mean? Is this the Nintendo Land? I know that's one. Oh yeah, what's new on Epic? Did it end it? Let's see. If you guys don't know, there's a new game every day, guys, on Epic. I don't know what's gonna end. I think it's gonna end on New Year's, I think. Let's see. Disco Asylum. It's gonna end at 8 a.m. What is Disco Asylum? Let's see. Character sheet. I have no idea what this is. Oh, detective, huh? I'll get it. Why not? There you go. I believe I missed one, which is like a one I missed by accident. It was Dead Cells or something like that. Oh man, I can't miss that one. So far right now I got Hogwarts Legacy, Callisto Protocol, and Disco Asylum. Yeah, because Amazon no longer giving free games, by the way, guys. They are no longer getting any more free games because Amazon, aka Twitch, are now doing something with like Luna, something like that, whatever it's called. That's like their new thing now. Ba-da-ba-ba. I wonder what I think 39 Dab is the #1 artist streamer on Twitch, I believe. Yeah. I think they're like the #1 art streamer now. I think they have been for a while now, actually. Like, the thing is, like, I really want to stream, like, 39 Death. With everybody, like, she knows how to balance her art streams with games and all that, you know? And she's been doing a lot of rug art too as well. I will be using 39 Death in one of my videos soon, by the way, guys. And what I mean by that is, like, she's doing rug art, but she's doing rug art in the right way. She's creating her own designs. She's not just copying and pasting people. And that was like the biggest thing with like perler art and stuff like that. It's just annoying. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Alright, guys. So, we're gonna build a snowman, but the snowman character is not gonna be our traditional, like 3 circles kind of thing. We're gonna build a character snowman, and from that character snowman, we're gonna be adding you guys. But yeah, here's 39 Death. So she's building, like, she's making her own rug art piece. That's like her new thing right now. She's making a lot of rug art. That's all, like, that's literally what she's doing. Oh yeah, she joined Blue Sky too as well. Yeah, I'm trying to join Blue Sky right now too. I haven't, like, I mean, I do have an account, but the thing is, like, I haven't really done anything with it, if I'm being honest. Oh, what? We detected suspicious activity on your account. Please reset your password. Okay, how do I? Maybe because I haven't been on in a while, so. What will be the new password? Let's see. Damn, I haven't posted in a month. Really bad. Yeah, I'll start posting a lot more. Anyways, all right, let's build a snowman. Where was my reference? Wait, what's this one from again? Fresh snow, winter feels, Mysteria. I don't remember that one fully. Did I put my reference folder somewhere? I must have, because I can't find it. I guess I named it that for some reason. I don't know. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Wait, why do I have this saved? I did not expect that. All right. All right, let's see. Where is it? Oh, guys, I'm looking for the snowman. Well, it's not really a snowman. It's the mech character that I was like, oh, you know what? It got me the idea. I'm just trying to find it right now. I guess I'll use this. Ba-ba-da-ba. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. What the fuck? Let's see. I should have prepped with this before because I just woke up late, man. Interesting. All right. All right. I'm just adding the. I'm just like drawing the body, obviously. Let's see. I don't know why it doesn't do that anymore. Bam, 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 bam. Let's see. What song is this? This is like Animal Crossing for sure. It is. Stardew Valley. Man, I really hope one day I can get excited again for a Pokemon game, dude. Like, I really do. Let's see. So what? All right. So let's first. Whoa, that broke. Bum, bum, bum. Or the right idea, but the wrong angle. There you go. There you go. All right. I think I'm gonna play the first video. Now that we got like a little bit like what I want. Obviously, this is a bare minimum right now. We're gonna add way more stuff to the snowman. And then start adding the other characters like you guys. As soon as I'm done like building like the core design of.
On August 15th, 2024.
Sorry. Let's see. Let's see. So we got that one. We saw that one yesterday. We saw that one yesterday. And then we saw that one yesterday too as well. I do not want to say anything like depressing, like aka crime, I guess you could say. I thought I saved more videos. I guess it didn't save right. Yeah, what happened to? Oh, maybe I saved it in my other account actually. Oh, by the way, guys, man, I feel bad for some of the McDonald's workers today. So I had to pick up an order at
Jimmy!
I had to pick up an order at McDonald's, obviously today.
12 hours ago. This one's kind of farming too.
Overweight little.
Sorry. So I had to pick up an order at McDonald's, and the workers are working overtime, right? Because there's so many orders coming in, right? So much orders that like so many orders that like they run out of barbecue sauce, right? Like it was just like, yeah, they got so many orders and like no more barbecue sauce and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, there is this worker who was an older woman who was like old and was moving very slow. They put her in the wrong spot so bad, guys, because they put her in a place where you have to be quick, right? You have to get quick, put the orders out, and get people things they need, like straws, ketchup, whatever, right? They put her in a very bad spot where she was just moving slowly, like she was just moving slow. So it's like her best position would have been the drive-through, right? That would have been like it's a pace. It's not super quick, but it's a pace, right? And damn, dude, there were just people who were just angry, bro. Angry. There's just this dumbass guy who was like, oh, so he got his order. It's like, oh, hey, can I get ketchup? Okay. Can I get straws? Okay. Can I get a spoon? Like, motherfucker, just said it all at once. Like, you fucking dumbass. Like, oh my god, this guy, like, oh, that guy annoyed the fuck out of me. He had like the audacity to complain on the worker. Like, motherfucker. You asked for 3 different things at 3 different times. All you had to do is just say ketchup, straws, spoon. That's it. Oh my god, you fucking dumbass. Anyways, that guy annoyed the hell out of me. Obviously, I cannot say anything or to not make a scene. And there's the other guy who I kind of see his anger though. They kind of. Because he called them retards, like the workers, which is like messed up. But like they're putting out a lot of orders. This guy was late to pick up his order, by the way. That's why they had to put it in back. This guy came and he's keep trying to like, excuse me, hey, and like say, hey, that's my order right there. Can I just get it right now? And they're like, oh, okay, yeah. He only had to wait for like 5 minutes and stuff. But it's like his dumbass the one like was late for his order to begin with, and yeah, he's the one that just called him the R word and all that, and it was just like all bad, and it's like, damn, dude, I feel bad. But yeah, they put her in the wrong position for sure. They put her in the wrong position. Does she have 1,000?
You need 1,000 books to be considered an official library. When I first moved in, I had 444. So I'm going to recount all of.
Wait. So wait, you need 1,000 books to be considered a library?
My books and see where we're at now. Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 50, 5, 76, 77, 100. 13, 14. Top row is 136. 200.
Oh my god.
282. Time to count the third row. 283, 284, 285,
There's a different
390,
sizes.
300, 400, 414.
I wonder how many books she actually read.
500. I could do an auction war at this point. We're at 547, 48, 49, 50, 56,
Ooh, it's close.
600.
That way.
I count in Vietnamese. Oh
Oh my god.
38, 39. Okay, grand reveal. Ready? 639 books. So I need 361 more books to become an official library. You need 1,000.
Wow. That many books? That's crazy. I mean, she said, you know what's crazy thing is? She still has room to add more books. Like, if you think about it, like, the top layer could be add another layer. The bottom could add another layer if she wants to. It would have made interesting video of a girl counting for a minute. I don't know why, but I love the little patch of white hair. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, like it's really cool just seeing people's like style of room, like so much different from everybody. I kind of want to make my room like that, you know. Like for example, this room right here, I want to update it where like I gotta fix things up where like things are more easy to access and easy to put things on. Like I have my collectible thingy, right? Which most of it's gone by the way, so I gotta reorganize a lot of things. And what I gotta look into my room and see what I need to take away and what I need to put away and where I need to put things up, kind of thing. Because everything's all over the place, bro. Like it's all over the goddamn place, man. It's insane. Anyways, but yeah, that was cozy. All right, here we go. There is a little dark. Well, it's not real. It's not like extremely dark compared to like crime and all that. But it's about Hollywood, so it's always, you know how Hollywood is. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. Let me see.
What's so interesting over there?
Nothing.
Hey, you know the rule. There's topless sun.
Let's see. Okay, that's a weird thing. I thought it's one. Okay, this is like, okay, this is a video. It's pretty dark. I totally forgot about this one Minecraft video that I did not expect, dude. I'm surprised it's still on YouTube. Where is it? So Steve Reacts did a reaction video. Oh, I can make this bigger. I can move this more over here if I want to. Let me take this out right here. Put it like that, and then we can move my. There we go. We can move it like that. There we go. We can use that. I can make it bigger now. There we go. So he did a video with this one dude, and like
the fabled question: can you make me laugh? Last time.
Hey, I'm gonna waste your time by building.
I like the animation.
Beautiful. I sure hope nothing.
Ew, why is it all veiny like that?
And it's just got all dark too.
You're not going anywhere, motherfucker.
Dotto!
I didn't mean no harm.
Dotto!
I didn't mean no harm. No, I'll show you harm. Look at this. You're trying to crawl away. Bring me that gas.
He blurred it. The first time he put it up on YouTube, He did not blur it out. But now he did because like it got like freaking demonetized. I bet.
Dono!
I didn't mean no harm.
Dono!
I didn't mean no harm. No, I'll show you harm. Look at this dick. Yes, and it's all for you. You were gonna blow up my house. Now I'm gonna
What is
blow up your
this?
prostate.
Dono, you're not on.
I legit forgot about that video,
Why?
bro.
Why? Why did you do this? What am I, Dotto?
How many did you send? What are the
Oh, was this like a re-update edit? Hold up. I skipped it because I've not included all that and getting age restricted. You're gonna make him block you for this
block him
one?
for this? I should block him for this. Okay.
the diabolical, bro. Totally forgot about that Minecraft. That's just so old, dude. And the video got restricted. Thanks, Dotto. What if Dotto replied to this, dude? Like, bro, dude. I mean, he edited it, so they added the blur thing and all that. Yeah, the only thing I know about to edit on YouTube is like I could just take things out. I don't know how to put things in. There's a way of doing it. I just don't know how to do it. I just never really done it. Anyways, we're gonna watch our first unit, the horrified downfall of Andy Dick. Isn't he a comedian?
Andy Dick holds the record for the longest running downward spiral in Hollywood history.
Yeah. So Andy Dick, he is an actor / comedian of what I remember, right? I don't fully remember who he was.
He's a comedian who has no classic specials, no iconic bits, no legendary roles, and yet he is famous for being the guy that consistently found opportunity despite being a serial predator, a raging alcoholic, not really being funny, and nobody really liking him. At 59 years old, Andy is still getting absolutely wasted and occasionally being knocked out by random guys who are not willing to tolerate his antics. But this isn't surprising considering Andy once said, "I don't know the difference between harassment and trying to get a date," and has spent the past 3 decades proving he wasn't kidding when he said that. Then again, you can't help but look at those who gave Andy a platform as partially responsible for the damage he's done. Most jobs he got were because people knew he was a loose cannon, and that chaos could make for viral moments.
Oh no! Be careful! It's like a monkey!
For every man, woman, and child that became a victim of Andy Dick, there is a producer, comedian, or casting director who knew something bad could happen and they hired him anyway. This is the deranged, bizarre, and horrifying downfall of Andy Dick, where just when you think it can't get any worse, it does. For a lot of comedy fans in the 1990s, it was honestly confusing how Andy Dick was becoming famous. He was far from the funniest guy on stage, and a lot of his bits just landed poorly.
Hey, with this outfit, though, don't I look like, hey, I'm Andy, the Candyman Dick. What do you need? Huh? What do you need, huh? I got it for you. What do you need? Come on. What do you need? You want something? Anything? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, no.
If his jokes weren't landing, Andy would frequently resort to exposing his private parts to the audience. But looking back, there was a small push for extremely raunchy and brain-dead comedy in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's see, Austin Powers, Bruce Gigolo, American Pie was all about that kind of comedy at that time. So yeah, I mean, I guess that makes. I guess his comedy did make sense around that time. It doesn't make sense right now for obvious reasons because I'm kind of like, what the hell? But yeah, around that time, yeah, that kind of comedy does make sense. Because yeah, Austin Powers did for sure dive on a lot of sex jokes and stuff like that. Let me see. I feel like I'm missing one more. Let me see. We go back real quick. Yeah, Bruce Gigolo, Male Gigolo. They made a sequel for that one. Oh yeah, South Park. I remember that one. Bigger, longer, uncut. Yeah, I remember Clerks was the thing too as well. Chasing Amy, I believe, was one. Or it was Mallrats. I think it's called Mallrats, right?
For extremely raunchy.
Oh yeah, and then it's Euro Trip too as well. Yeah, what's Jason Amy? Yeah, Euro Trip. Yeah, it was like so many of these guys that films around that time.
And brain dead comedy in the late 90s and early 2000s.
I remember
especially considering the popularity of crass films like American Pie, There's Something About Mary, and Deuce Bigalow, Male Gigolo. Andy's humor fit right in with fans of those movies.
Yeah.
One comedian who was a big fan of this sort of off-the-wall, bizarre, and nonsensical humor was Ben Stiller, and he was the one who discovered Andy Dick in one of those small comedy clubs and hired him as a reoccurring character on the Ben Stiller Show. The show was not very popular and it suffered from low ratings. However, it was one of the first modern series to rely solely on comedy instead of laugh tracks, and Andy's ability to morph into various comedic characters showed some versatility and helped him get noticed by more studios. Andy quickly became a favorite for sitcom producers. It's hard to find a show where he didn't at least make a small appearance, like the remake of the James Bond parody Get Smart, workplace comedy Less Than Perfect, and a memorable role as the eccentric stylist on The Nanny. Andy also managed to land roles in a handful of movies at the time, like the film adaptation of Double Dragon and a war comedy with Pauly Shore called In the Army Now, where he played as a soldier who always failed to meet the expectations of his superior officers. While critics felt indifferent about the film, it still raked in $30 million, which was a great success for a side character like Andy Dick. And this was kind of Andy's value at the time in Hollywood. By himself, he was a mediocre comic, but perfect as a sidekick, buddy, or guest star to the main character on TV.
Oh, so he was like a good supporting character, like a good sidekick, I guess you could say. He was never really great as the main character or as he was never good as the main character, but he was always good as the sidekick. And you know what? We had that kind of thing in hip hop, and that was Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg was like he was good what he did. But when he did his solo albums, it wasn't as great of his feature songs, right? Because Nate Dogg, he was an artist, a singer who he was just so good. If you got Nate Dogg on a hook, bro, oh my god, that song was most likely gonna be a bigger hit because he's on it. But when he did a solo album, he wasn't as great, right? Because he was a very good feature artist like hook artist. Oh my god. Kind of like Lil Jon in so many ways too, with his catchphrases and stuff like that.
Sometimes he could play a somewhat likable oddball character, and other times he could just be straight up insufferable and annoying.
That's my problem. I don't have a filter. And I just say, you know how I have diarrhea? I just have diarrhea of the mouth. I just like, nah. Yeah, it gets me in trouble. Being so open gets you in a lot of trouble, though, right? It gets me in trouble. Yeah, that's when my publicist comes along and she's like, no. But what am I going to do? I can't lie. I can't.
Now, it's not necessarily that Andy's on-screen performance is what prevented his career from thriving. It's likely what happened off-screen. He struggled with countless addictions and compulsions, like exposing himself in public spaces, and the money that he was making would only make it easier to find and do whatever he wanted. It all started to crash and burn when he got blamed for the death of his co-star, Phil Hartman. By 1995, really? Andy Dick had landed a regular role on the NBC sitcom News Radio. The show took place in the middle of New York City, where Andy Dick played a reporter named Matthew Brock. As Brock, he would do something clumsy or stupid and get bullied by the news anchors for never managing to do anything right. He also shared the screen with Joe Rogan, who played the building's electrician and handyman. However, the two of them didn't really get along behind the scenes. Even today, Rogan seems to have a love-hate relationship with Andy, resenting the way he handled himself while on the set of the show.
There were no kids on News Radio, right? Were there any Lifetime? They were all adults.
Yes, all adults except Andy Dick. Andy Dick's just whatever he is.
Yeah. Have you had him on recently? Yeah.
I had him on once, and that's enough.
Yeah.
But according to Andy, Joe was a bit of a bully. He allegedly made co-stars cry and felt that he was being a little too aggressive the way he was calling Andy out.
I hated him. He was so mean. He would make the ladies cry. We're friends now. Well, he was just what's it called? A misogynist, a masochist. He was a lady hater. What's that word?
Misogynist.
Misogynist. He just, and I think maybe still is, I don't know. But he would get down on me in front of the NBC executives. You're high right now, Dick. You freak. If you just went out in your chair and you smoked pot, he's high right now in front of like the NBC executives, and I was close to tears.
However, Andy would ultimately prove that it was in fact him that was the problem on set, which damaged the show's reputation after he assaulted Helen Hunt at a dinner party.
It was the first SAG Awards. We got in, we were having a lovely time. Unfortunately, Andy Dick.
Yes.
Andy Dick.
Yes.
Decided to get up on the table and show people what he's made of, as it were.
Oh, his last name.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And I think he did. I think he waved it in front of Helen Hunt's face, as I recall.
Helen.
Yeah, that was it for us.
That was the end of your invitation to the SAG Award. No matter how terrific an ensemble cast.
Sniffed out is what we did.
Now, in that clip, the way these two guys talk about Andy's antics is truly reflective of how people laughed off his behavior, which never made him truly face any consequences. They have this, oh, that's just Andy being Andy type energy. Joe Rogan was actually one of the few people who didn't want to let this behavior slide and actually called Andy out for being dysfunctional.
I didn't know that he's talked a ton of shit about me on Mark Maron's podcast, where he's talking about me when we were younger on news radio, about what an I was to him. I had no idea. And then he came on the podcast and he barely said, he was intimating that I was mean to him when he was young. But I'm like, dude, you used to pull your dick out, you used to show up.
Yeah, you probably just always had a look on your face like, what the f are you doing?
It was hard to work with him.
That translates into, he meanie.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't stand around and laugh at all my antics.
But on Maron's podcast, my God, he had it so twisted.
Regardless of the tension on set, news radio was successful enough to reach its 4th season, and for a moment, it looked like Andy Dick was entering a new leveled up phase in his career. He got a small role in The Cable Guy, a 1996 Jim Carrey film, which was equivalent to hitting the lottery for comedy careers in Hollywood. Unfortunately, Andy could not remain sober for long enough to capitalize on his momentum. To make things worse, the man who was trying to keep him clean was Chris Farley, who was battling his own demons with addiction. This relationship would be the first of many that would send Andy spiraling further. At his worst, Chris Farley was suffering from one relapse after another, and while it wasn't widely known at the time, comedians in the green room noticed that Andy and Chris had developed a toxic codependent relationship where the two would run off and relapse together if they ever crossed paths.
Wow. I see Farley disappear into a bathroom with Andy Dick.
Oh, boy.
Okay, him and Andy go into a bathroom.
Yeah.
They come out 5 minutes later like giggling. I said there's only 2 reasons a man goes into a bathroom with Andy Dick, and neither one of them's good.
Tragically, the jokes ended on December 18th, 1997, when Farley was found dead in a hotel room from a lethal overdose of morphine and cocaine. After Farley's death, Andy was becoming more unhinged and reckless than usual, and people took notice when Andy showed up to Phil Hartman's Christmas party with hard drugs he wanted to share. According to people close to Hartman, Andy Dick convinced Hartman's wife, Bryn, to sneak away to do a little cocaine. Now, under different circumstances, this might have just been seen as another celebrity doing drugs at a Hollywood party. But Bryn was a mother of 2 and had been sober for 10 years. For the next 5 months, Bryn apparently slipped into a state where she completely lost her mind and was consistently using pills, alcohol, and cocaine. And as a result of that, she murdered her husband and then herself. The death of Phil Hartman is still considered one of the most tragic deaths in the world of comedy. A lot of people in the industry just been seen as another celebrity doing drugs at a Hollywood party. But Bryn was a mother of 2 and had been sober for 10 years. For the next 5 months, Bryn apparently slipped into a state where she completely lost her mind and was consistently using pills, alcohol, and cocaine. And as a result of that, she murdered her husband and then herself. The death of Phil Hartman is still considered one of the most tragic deaths in the world of comedy. A lot of people in the industry saw him as the comic's comic, a reliable coworker, and a loyal friend. Not to mention, he was another SNL legend. One of the most heartbroken comedians was former cast member and co-star Jon Lovitz, who couldn't help but cry while he was doing a short on-screen eulogy after the incident.
My older brother, Phil Hartman, spent 8 years at Saturday Night Live.
Wow.
And he eventually worked with over 25 cast members.
but all of us were with him at the beginning.
Jon Lovitz ultimately took Phil Hartman's place in news radio to honor him. However, Andy Dick was still a major part of the show, and Lovitz continued to confront and blame Andy for Phil's death behind the scenes. At one point, Andy told Lovitz, "You shouldn't be here," to which Lovitz replied, "Well, I wouldn't be here if you hadn't give Bryn in the first place." But according to Andy, Phil Hartman was a father figure to him, allowing him to bring his ex-wife and kids over whenever he was in need of family time or advice. To Andy, he couldn't see the connection between his behavior and Bryn's fateful decisions.
So anyhow, he was like a
So
surrogate
crazy.
father. He was my father. He would give me great advice and this and that. And then he tragically died because his wife was on Zoloft and then went off it, and then any kind of pills can really f you up, and she shot him and shot herself, and people blame me.
Why?
Because they say that I gave Phil's wife, Bryn was her name.
I remember. I met them once.
Great couple. They were a great loving couple, great family. The kids are great. Everybody was great.
Why
and
did-
then pills just her up.
Why did they blame you? Did you give them to her?
No.
Now, it's definitely unfair to blame Andy for somebody else's lifelong struggles with their mental health and addictions that he really had nothing to do with. But the reality is there are a ton of people that believe Andy Dick's actions started the ripple effect that led to Phil Hartman's death. You can imagine this weighed greatly on Andy, and as a result, he actually spent one of his first real stints in rehab after this. When he got out, he made the terrible decision to go on Howard Stern to talk about his experiences as an addict. But Howard Stern is not your friend. He's a shock jock and an entertainer, so him poking and prodding at Andy made him visibly depressed.
We used to hang out with Farley, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got high with him a lot. You two must have been a terror together.
We used
Why would you go to this Howard Stern's show to talk about something very serious? Of all people, him? Just go to like a freaking biased news a news show, whatever you want to call it. At that point, that would have been way more better than fucking Howard Stern. Howard Stern is an asshole. He doesn't give a shit. He wants to get he wants to get anything that he could get with clicks and like news and all that stuff for obvious reasons. So it's like, she's never gone to that show. What the fuck?
To have fun, but,
Yeah.
but you know, sober too. No, but really,
Really?
I had a lot of fun sober.
Did you ever make it with him?
Oh, he's a lot of man to love.
He sure is.
He really is a great guy.
All right, so wait a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, we never made it. No,
You're a bit of a jinx, you know. Farley, Hardman.
Look, don't.
Wait.
I'm pinning that on
Hang on.
Van and Andy.
I already have a lot.
Did you know Phil's wife,
guilt.
Bryn? You know I interviewed the two of them
What?
together?
Well, I don't want to hear any of that.
I'm going to play it for you.
No, they were. Both
Come here, I'll
beautiful
tickle you.
people. No.
He's really straightened his act out.
I know he's much calmer.
Yeah, look at you. You want some?
No.
Get Andy a glass of tequila, please.
I don't- yeah.
Let's see if you're really good.
Let's spice up that iced tea.
Yeah.
As much as Andy tried to remain sober, he just seemed incapable of keeping it together in Hollywood. Just like the situation with Chris Farley, people started noticing a pattern. It was never good if you saw someone walking away to hang out with Andy Dick. It's almost like Andy Dick was the guy you would hang out with when you're at your lowest moment, because he's not going to hold you accountable. He's not going to say, hey man, you should really get your act together. He would indulge in your vices with you, probably justify them, making it worse. Shortly after rehab, Andy would relapse and fly with co-star David Strickland from Los Angeles to Las Vegas to party for 3 days at strip clubs. Tragically, Strickland had a past of manic depressive episodes and died in a motel room while the two were spending every hour getting as high as possible. It was this moment where it really did look like Andy Dick was carrying some kind of curse, and after the loss of yet another actor, Andy just continued to spiral down. He was caught by police in LA after ramming his car into a pole and trying to flee the scene. He later pleaded guilty to felony possession and misdemeanors for possession and possession of a smoking device. But somehow he managed to escape those charges, even though his mugshot made him look guilty of whatever they were accusing him of. The judge promised to dismiss the charges as long as he participated in an 18-month drug diversion program, which he completed well enough to walk away free. Initially, this seemed to be the final wake-up call Andy needed to stay.
You know the craziest thing about it? If he was in Korea, South Korea, or Japan or something like that, he would have been canceled to a billion where he could never work in the industry ever again. But because we're in the United States, You could do a lot of this shit without like a lot of big consequences because people keep making excuses. People give them more chances than ever. Like, don't get me wrong, Japan and South Korea could like really be like sometimes like too extreme, but sometimes they could get it right, in my opinion, where it's kind of like, yeah, I don't think they deserve a second chance because they're really shitheads.
Sober, plus the fact that he now had 3 children at this point, a 9-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a newborn daughter. If he was going to provide a life for them, he would have to prove that he could stay clean. However, it was never meant to last. There was just something about Andy Dick that couldn't be rehabilitated or repaired. The moment you thought he was clean and safe, he always managed to find an even crazier way to damage his life and reputation, all while hurting people close to him. It's almost like this lifestyle was thrilling and exciting to him. Around the early 2000s, Andy Dick was seemingly tired of his own mess and close to taking off in Hollywood. He got some small roles in Inspector Gadget, Road Trip, Dude, Where's My Car, Zoolander, and Dr. Dolittle 2. All comedy films that had significant box office success. He was still considered wacky and unpredictable, but controlled enough to producers that MTV ended up greenlighting The Andy Dick Show. It ran as a mockumentary-style sketch comedy show, where Andy would parody celebrities and make fun of pop culture.
Well, hi, Anus. Do you have a little surprise for me? Oh, thank you, Anus. That's going to make somebody very happy. Hello.
What?
Welcome to the Anus and Andy Show.
But unlike his time with Ben Stiller, Andy's comedy was so aggressive that it was like he was just begging to be canceled. If he wasn't dressing up as Adolf Hitler, he would be riding that razor-thin line between edgy and offensive.
My name is Rod Crandall. I'm a midget wrangler. Midget, stop. When I say I'm a midget wrangler, I get a lot of blank stares like, huh? Or what the?
What?
Midget, up there. Because people, all they see is a little creature bopping around on the set doing their funny little bopping, hopping bop.
What?
All right, that was good. They don't understand that there's a man behind the scenes making that all happen.
He also took part in a reality TV show called The Assistant, where Andy would take on someone in the show as a personal assistant to help him with day-to-day tasks.
The man you have to kiss up to, the man who will decide your future. I give you Mr. Andy Dick.
Go ahead and laugh at me. America seems to. They pay me for it.
Around this time, Andy was mostly staying out of the press. He mostly distanced himself from groups that encouraged his drug habits, and he appeared to be finding ways to express his own style without causing bodily harm to himself or others.
You, of course, you had some issues a few years ago in your life.
Yeah.
You had some drinking was going on. How long have you been sober now?
Sober for 2 years and almost 3 months.
2 and 3 months?
What made you stop drinking? What made you, Andy Dick, look in the mirror and go, it's got to stop?
I think the laundry list of people I was offending, you know, it just was growing and growing.
Right. Like, what kind of people were you offending?
Bono.
Bono? You offended Bono? How did you offend Bono?
When you start offending, like, these good people, you know, the people that are well-loved by all of America, you have to start wondering. And then Wesley Snipes, there was a whole thing. I don't want to get into that.
What happened with Wesley Snipes?
I don't want to get into it.
But whenever it came to Andy, nothing good could ever last. He just had a special talent for pissing people off, like how he whispered something in the ears of rock star Marilyn Manson, and things quickly turned ugly.
Andy leans over to Mac, and he goes like this. And Mac just goes like this. Just literally like that. He's saying talking to somebody else.
What was he saying?
Who the knows, man? I was dancing. I couldn't hear anything. And then he goes like this. And he turns to Manson and he goes, and I swear to you, Manson goes like this. Just hits him right in the throat. And Andy just like sort of takes that hit and just like has a funny.
Do we imagine? Well, Andy, you know, there's that old thing, you know, gay when drunk, or in Andy's case, gay when on. Or maybe, I don't know. But what could Andy have said?
I don't know. He said all kinds of inflammatory.
Again, this clip, you have two guys who can't help but laugh at Andy being insufferable. And while we can easily blame drugs and alcohol for some of Andy's annoying tendencies, his extremely inappropriate behavior likely stems from something much deeper. And it's something he had been dealing with since he was a small child.
I was, let's just say I was very... Right, all the way from as far as I can remember. I remember today. to right now. No, but seriously, I remember in first grade, I remember bending over all of the neighborhood kids, girls and guys.
Yeah.
This was just a fun thing. It wasn't so much as curiosity.
Right.
Having them drop trowel.
Yeah.
And bend over the picnic bench.
Yeah.
And then there's like 4 or 5 of them, and I was playing butt bongos on their bare butts.
Well, that's sort of fun.
That was fun.
Sure.
But I remember my mom on the back kitchen window just tapping it. She was literally just going, tapping. I look up and she just is wagging her finger.
Now, according to Andy, he can't remember exactly what caused this behavior to escalate, but after his conversation with Dr. Drew, it was clear to everyone but Andy that something seriously altered him early in his life.
And you told me that your mom used to take you to a urologist as early as age 5.
One time because of something. I don't remember this. She had to tell me because I wasn't peeing. And then he said I was mad.
What?
But I don't remember that.
We just abused
masturbating at 5?
I think so. Because I had dreams of. I had this one dream where I was. First of all, I was sent away for almost a year to be taught how to use the toilet, to be potty trained. So like when I was 2 or 3. That's odd.
Sent away.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yep. To like my grandparents or something. I don't remember any of it. The only thing I remember is collecting eggs in the hen house and this weird nightmare, or maybe it happened, where I'm peeing in the toilet and there's a man peeing above me in the toilet and he slammed the lid down on my pee.
And while it's okay to be empathetic towards someone who may be suffering from childhood trauma, at some point in adulthood, you have to take responsibility for the harm you inflict on others. Trauma stops being the genuine reason and starts becoming a self-justified pattern you choose not to confront. And by 2004, Andy Dick was back to being famous for his off-screen behavior rather than his on-screen performances. He was once again arrested, this time for indecent exposure after mooning people at a local McDonald's, and since it was a minor crime, he was released shortly after. But if Andy wasn't working in Hollywood, his criminal record would easily justify him having to register as an offender. But he kept getting a mere slap on the wrist because he was working in an industry that celebrated and promoted his clownish antics and degenerate behavior, because he was still able to get tertiary roles in Hoodwinked, Happily and Ever After.
You know what's kind of crazy? That's the same thing with like streaming, right? Because you know what streaming, you technically you could do a lot of. Oh, but it's probably gonna rain early in the morning. A lot of streamers do a lot of bad shit, and a lot of streamers make excuses for those streamers who are doing bad shit. Not like streamers themselves, but like the viewers, right? For example, how many streamers they should have not been gotten a platform because all the bad shit they've done in the past, scamming, disrupted, disrupting people in when they're RL streaming. Like, there's so many other things, right? And it's like, yeah, they should have never gotten a platform, but because people made excuses, they got a platform now, and they still have a platform. And it just sucks. It just sucks how, it just sucks how, like, that's how the industry is, man. It's like, because at the end of the day, it's quote unquote entertainment. You know what I mean? It's entertainment. So I don't know. It's just always been a weird industry in general. Where a lot of people just make a lot of excuses for a lot of people. Just like, even though they're being destructive, they should have never gotten a platform, but they do because, people make excuses. Let me do this real quick. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Sorry, guys. I'll put it
After an Employee of the Month. Again, films with pretty decent box office success. When Andy was sober, you could see some potential in him, like this short back and forth with the comedy legend Norm Macdonald.
My aunt turned her house into a bed and breakfast. I guess she woke up and said, "Not enough strangers are here."
Died of a heart attack at his home in Malibu.
That's horrible.
Do you want to hear my impression of the
That's going to be you if you don't lose weight.
Do you want to hear my impression of the 9/11 call from Johnny Carson?
911 call.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But 9/11 was a national tragedy.
Yes, it was.
Why do you laugh at that?
But for Andy, one step forward always led to two steps backwards, and his degeneracy was on full display at the Comedy Central roast of Pamela Anderson in 2005. Without any warning or prior rehearsal, Andy decided to do a bit as a plastic surgeon and inspect Anderson's chest, in what was just an excuse to grope her in front of millions of viewers. Now, I can't play the full clip, but he grabs her breasts for a full minute without letting go as she laughs uncomfortably. Just because she is laughing does not mean she thinks what he is doing is funny. Take it from someone who has had this,
especially on TV. It's like, imagine she made a big like I want to say like a big deal, more like disrupting the program, I guess you could say. Damn, dude, you know it's so weird and like messed up. It's like if she did that, it would look bad on her, not on the other person. That's like the messed up thing about it. Especially from back then, like that, dude. Yeah, that's like, because I believe Pamela Anderson was seen as like a sex symbol at that time, and she was like one of the most like sought after women out there, and yeah, they just made her into like straight out sex object at that time.
Same thing happened to them. It was not funny when it happened to me either. Sometimes people laugh uncontrollably when they're uncomfortable. How does this guy still have a career? People get thrown in jail for doing less, and this was on.
Back in the day, man, there's a lot of things people got away with. You believe? I mean, we've already seen that happen.
TV, so the evidence is all there. You can't help but wonder if Andy was specifically hired to cause chaos. Now, Comedy Central roasts are known to get edgy, but Andy was always willing to cross a line. He had a very similar encounter with Ivanka Trump on Jimmy Kimmel 2 years later, where he inappropriately touches her, and it's not really a joke.
I have no idea what he's doing behind me.
He's perfectly still.
I'm like trying to be very, very.
You don't play up the glitter on your legs.
Oh, you don't.
Andy, don't touch Ivanka.
Oh wait, did I say I was single and then I had a boyfriend?
Andy, please, Donald Trump will kill both of us.
Now, Jimmy Kimmel was definitely aware of Andy Dick's tendencies because he attacked a guest years earlier, which led to him getting slammed on his back. Even when Andy refused to stop touching Ivanka, security was brought out in a way that made it look like it could have been just a controversial bit or some kind of performance art. However, Andy's behavior was far from an act. In 2008, he was arrested for theft and battery in Orange County, California, after groping a 17-year-old girl. The incident allegedly occurred in the middle of a restaurant, and Andy apparently even went as far as to try and pull down her top. Once again, he somehow managed to escape serious charges, and he was ordered to serve 3 years of probation and wear an alcohol monitor for a year. In 2010, he was at it again. This time, Andy allegedly grabbed a bouncer's genitals and groped and kissed a patron at a Dallas nightclub. He pleaded not guilty and claimed that they just wanted money from a famous celebrity, only to also be sued for assault that same year when Andy allegedly put his genitals on the face of an audience member. But for unknown reasons, the charges were soon mysteriously dropped. This vicious cycle just seemed to be repeating over and over again. Andy's agent would get him a gig during a brief moment of supposed sobriety, then he'd get a big payday and go back to partying on hard drugs and committing crimes. In 2013, a Good Samaritan picked Andy Dick up without fully understanding who he was. They just wanted to help. He didn't know where he was staying, the source said. He had no cell phone or wallet. While she was driving, Andy allegedly grabbed her steering wheel and blasted music to the point where they almost lost control. When we got to the house, Andy told my husband he was hungry. My husband made him eggs, but Andy spat at me because I could not put a song he requested on my iPod quickly enough. He kept asking if I was a moron. If Andy wasn't harassing people that were just trying to help him, he became notorious for walking into nightclubs hammered and getting into fights. He'd ruin events and often end up urinating publicly before disappearing to find another party to crash. He'd show up on strangers' couches, bushes, and sidewalks, babbling incoherently or getting so aggressive that he would often get physically assaulted. Like when he grabbed a paparazzi's microphone and things quickly went south.
Andy, what's wrong with you, Andy? What's wrong? Watch out before you hit your camera, dude. I'm serious. See? Get it! See? Got it! You're not gonna let go!
He got it.
Damn!
Hey, I'll tell you.
Wow, everybody's laughing it off too.
Hey.
Oh.
That's not cool. That's not good. Man, I got you that. You guys.
Okay, guys, everybody needs to get
Wow.
But as Andy continued to lose control, it got harder and harder for even the most loyal fans to make excuses. He might have had some hidden childhood trauma or a serious drug problem, but it didn't justify all of these crazy stunts that would have landed anyone else in jail. And in 2017, his career opportunities were finally starting to seriously dry up. After Andy was fired from a movie, Raising Buchanan, for allegedly coming to the set completely wasted, he was being accused of being a total creep, licking, groping, and generally assaulting his co-stars. It didn't help that Andy basically admitted to everything but justified it in his own twisted way. I didn't grope anybody. I might have kissed somebody on the cheek to say goodbye and then licked them. That's my thing. I licked Carrie Fisher at a roast. It's me being funny. I'm not trying to harass people. I didn't grab anybody's genitals. As if that wasn't the most insane way to justify assaulting someone, listen to this. I don't know the difference between harassment and trying to get a date. In the 70s, all the girlfriends I got was by kissing and licking their cheek. I don't know anymore. There were beautiful women and beautiful guys on set. I flirt with them. I might kiss someone on the set and ask them to go to dinner. They're the ones that took it south. Of course, I'm going to proposition people. I'm single, depressed, lonely, and trying to get a date. They can just say no, and they probably did, and then I was done. It's amazing to me that Andy said this at the peak of the Me Too movement, and yet nobody was really outraged. Probably because A, he wasn't really that famous anymore, and B, you couldn't be shocked by Andy Dick anymore. His behavior wasn't treated like a scandal. It was treated like weather. Annoying, unpredictable, and somehow unavoidable. But random strangers were not so quick to brush off Andy and say, oh, that's just what he always does. Like how a man at One-Eyed Jack's nightclub in New Orleans threw a punch so hard it left Dick critically wounded. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but at this point in his life, 99% of people, after hearing that Andy Dick got knocked out outside of a nightclub, they would probably say it was his fault and he deserved it.
As you can see on this security video, a man appears to be waiting for Dick, then lands a vicious blind punch that knocks the comedian out cold.
I saw the whole thing. The punch just, Andy dropped like a rag doll. It was extremely scary and smacked the back of his head so hard on the cement there, on the cement sidewalk.
As the attacker calmly picks up his beer and walks away, there were tense moments as Dick remained unconscious on the ground.
That's crazy.
He wasn't responding to me. I was looking at it. His eyes were going all over the place. He was trying to like swallow his tongue. He was like not talking to me.
The performer's friends say he was diagnosed with a concussion and bleeding on the brain, spending 2 nights in the hospital before flying back to Los Angeles.
Around the same time, Andy's own family started to turn against him. He had already had a long-standing reputation for showing up intoxicated at every occasion, like how he later admitted to Vice that he'd been giving them a lot of presents on Christmas, only for his kids to just wish that he wasn't drunk all the time.
What kid would say that's too many presents? Only a kid that would think that just was too many presents. I was like trying to buy their love. Like, yeah, your dad's a up, but look, he gets you tons of presents. Just too many. It was really them saying, can you stop with the presents and just maybe just don't be drunk and just give us love?
But it was eventually too much to deal with. His ex-wife, Lena Sved, got a temporary restraining order against him after he continued to get into frequent arguments with their son while drunk. Sved also shared that Andy broke 2 front windows in order to get back inside the home. When she later arrived to the house, she says Dick was gone, leaving a mess of broken glass and dishes behind. During the second incident reportedly mentioned in the court documents, Dick was allegedly screaming and swearing at Jacob, broke several dishes, and flipped over a coffee table. In 2019, he was pulled into court for allegedly groping an Uber driver. In 2021, he also turned on his own boyfriend at the time, allegedly hitting him with a liquor bottle and steel chair and even a frying pan.
I didn't.
Damn!
A cast iron skillet hit him.
He hit you with a skillet?
I
Sure did, bud. What did he do to deserve that?
Everything. He my friend's wife, and I walked in on him. Me and my friend walked in on him. My friend's wife.
What?
Put her on him.
So what, you just everybody or something?
Slinging, man.
What?
Cast iron pans, I guess.
16 stitches. Guess who goes?
It's method acting. Google
it.
What
Guess who goes to
just so
jail?
weird.
Me.
Once again, Andy managed to slip through the cracks of the justice system, getting out of jail on a $50,000 bond. Even during a podcast with Bobby Lee, who's known to be extremely crass and distasteful, Bobby seemed like the more normal person in the room, as Andy drunkenly screamed at his literal broken wrist.
Yeah.
Pardon my wrist.
Because I have...
I hate you.
wrist.
I hate my wrist. It
Yeah.
broke on me.
But you and
Why'd you go and break on me? You
And this right here, in terms of
great.
laughs for me...
I guess you're a
I'm like,
superstar. You
stop calling your wrist a...
It's like,
We got offended now. Yeah.
He's trying to talk.
Oh, yeah. See, wrist talk. Say something, wrist. Well, most sincere... I can't do it, Andy. I just can't. You know, I can't do it because I don't think this is the appropriate time to do it.
Oh, you know, yeah, because if you're gonna start an intervention,
I'm not starting.
I'll walk right the fuck out. And by the way, I'm not gonna walk out the front door. I'm gonna walk off the balcony.
And after 3 decades of being unable or unwilling to change his behavior, Andy Dick's Hollywood career was seemingly over. In the 2020s, he would downgrade from a low-level Hollywood star to doing cameos and essentially becoming a pet for abusive lolcow streamers online. No matter how desperate Andy managed to get, it was like he had a special gift for finding a new rock bottom, each one lower than the last. By 2022, Andy Dick had clearly put himself in a new kind of financial hell, so he jumped on the Cameo app, where people could pay him and request a personalized video for birthdays, graduations, or a quick laugh. For Andy, it was just another way to get insanely drunk and make money at the same time.
You learn a lot is more said, ladies and gentlemen, by me, Andy Dick. It's for Nathan McGee and his birthday on May 9th. He's gonna be 45 and he's still alive, folks. And the way you get through this, because I know Mike, Maureen, and Dexter McGee, they all told me that you're having a hard time. You're really bummed out about all this COVID-19 bull. Just say it like that and you'll start feeling better. This COVID-19 thing is bullshit.
At this point, Andy had gone to rehab more than 10 times, had been kicked out of several residences, and lost close partners and friends after violent outbursts. Andy would soon horrify his last handful of fans on the web show Kermit and Friends, revealing his face to the camera after blacking out the night before.
Andy, show everybody your face, sweetheart.
What the fuck? The fuck? What's going on?
It hurts really bad.
Is that the day they got punched?
Andy, who did this to you?
Stranger. Literal stranger.
A stranger beat you up for no reason, Andy?
Yes.
I doubt
what
that.
What did they look like?
Gangster.
While there might have been a time in Andy's life where he'd received sympathy from his shrinking fan base, it looked like that had all dried up. Most people following Andy's actions and consequences were just doing it out of morbid curiosity. They believed he deserved this, and most even took pleasure in seeing him battered and bruised. That stranger was possessed by the spirit of Phil Hartman. Why aren't you at the hospital, Andy? They have painkillers there. Sounds like someone who knows him well. And it was around this time where a new dark pattern in Andy's career started to grow. Instead of Andy controlling the spectacle and going on stage, he was now in a place where he was basically homeless, with nowhere to go. He started participating in extremely low-level live streams for quick cash and places to stay. An IP2 streamer by the name of Wappy Flanker seized the opportunity, providing a shelter for Andy Dick and recording him. According to Wappy, this was a charity case, where he would use the money from the stream to purchase wood and vodka for Andy and give him food while he figured out what to do next. However, as weeks passed, it looked like Wappy was treating Andy more like a household pet that he'd openly abuse, while Andy slept on a small cot in the middle of the living room. Eventually, things got so out of control that the house was actually swatted by local law enforcement.
Now I got someone pounding on the gate.
Yeah, you do. You get it, too.
Oh, I guess it's the police.
What?
Yeah. I don't know.
Police department! Are you inside the house? We're coming in!
Come in. What's going on?
Come on over, please.
Yeah. What's going on?
We're gonna talk to you outside, okay? No weapons on you?
No.
Alright, keep your hands up. Turn around. Walk. Walk. Take him outside.
What's going on here?
Now, on one hand, there's a chance that Andy was afraid to escape the situation. Wappy Flanker was known for being armed during his streams, and nobody knows exactly what happened when the cameras weren't running. However, it's more likely that Andy simply found another enabler to feed his addictions while he got more and more depressed. IP2 streamers are known for being the bottom feeders of the internet. They rarely have a moral compass and are always finding some kind of desperate person to monetize their victims. Soon after the swatting incident, another streamer named Captain Content drove to Wappy's house in his crowded RV to allegedly save Andy from the situation.
Wappy said that he was gonna hurt me if I go there to pick you up. Now I have your word, and I've heard Wappy tell you that you're not going nowhere, and I have your word saying that you think you're being held hostage. I'm gonna call the police, and I'm gonna inform that you yourself have said you're being kept hostage right now.
Any of those
and we're gonna get you
dude.
out of there safely. Okay? You got my word. Okay, see you in a bit.
But the truth was, this was just another toxic relationship that helped Andy stay drunk in a world of mental illness and mutual abuse.
Bro.
At one point, Andy looked like all the life had been sucked out of his body. He would just lie in bed asking Siri nonsensical questions about how he should deal with homelessness.
Yeah, because I know I was watching a part where you guys were getting things out of my...
Ultimately, Captain Content kept him around for a pathetic number of viewers, while he'd create situations that triggered Dick to be aggressive or even violent.
Hey, why did you wake up? What's going on? I'm sleeping. Moron.
As if the situation couldn't get any worse, one of the people in Captain's RV accused Andy of drugging him and assaulting him. As a result, Andy was put in jail on a $25,000 bail. He's no longer a part of Captain's streams, but it's honestly hard to say if things will ever get better. Today, Andy Dick is still acting in minor roles for low-budget TV shows and movies, like Hollywood Werewolf, Alien Vampire Busters, The Wizard Zone, and T-Bird, where a homeless street fighter breaks up a trafficking ring exploiting young children. Most of his Instagram posts revolve around the successes of his past career or pretty desperate attempts to attach himself to other celebrities to prove to the world that he is still relevant and famous. However, Andy has not changed, and he is still stuck in this vicious cycle. He had a very brief moment after the incident in the RV where it might have looked like he was finally clean, only to show up on podcast after podcast, drunk out of his mind. Like how he showed up for the Matan Evans show, unable to form a full sentence.
Oh wait, what's he got? What's up? Can I see what's in that?
Are you not worried about that though?
Yeah, the Matan, like, it's kind of crazy. Like, he's actually he's actually another example of where bad behavior actually gets you somewhere, especially in the streamer world. He got famous for disrupting the Video Game Awards. Ever since there, ever since that time, like, he has been like doing great numbers, I believe, as I've heard of. Let's see. I'm actually gonna check real quick. Because he's been getting like people that are controversial into the show.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the podcast for today.
Yeah, he has like 2 million and his numbers are doing pretty good. He hits like 1 million, almost 1 million in each video. So like it works. Like he did like with Bonnie Blue and that was the 1.6 million. And then Tommy Chong. Looks like he did like a religion thing right here. Let's see. What else he had? That I recognize. I'm trying to see if like people that I recognize. Yeah, he had Boogie. Dave Blunt, I remember that one. And he had Charmerlane too. Like, bro, people are going into his like. Yeah, he had Amaras too at one point. I did not know that. But yeah, like he's been getting people in it. Like, yeah, there you go. Yeah, even if he's only been doing this for how long? Let me see. He's been doing this for 6 years. This whole like streaming world. 6 years. It took him and it took him some time to like blow up, but yeah, ever since the Streamer Wars, which was 3 years ago, 2022, that's where he blew up. All because of bad behavior. And that's what I'm saying. Like bad behavior does get rewarded.
Worried about what? Seems like you are.
I mean, I'm a caring guy. I feel kind of bad.
Boo-hoo, cry me a river, doll.
Okay, well, I'll take that as a no. Do you think your friends would be doing you a favor by putting you down already?
Damn.
Oh my God, I have friends.
Oh, we have a fungus growing out of the table.
Ow! Oh, that poor thing. What is it? Do we need to get some?
Sorry about that. There's a fungus growing out of the table.
It's a fungus. Is it? Yes. Is it on you as well?
I wonder how much money.
No, there's nothing in here. It's just that table has a fungus.
Getting drunk.
I wonder how much like he spends on getting the celebrities to his show. I mean, either it's a mutual agreement or he pays money for them to have them on the show. It's either or. It's not. It has to be something because they each have to get benefit out of something, right?
Before going on the Matan show is genius. This is either Andy's greatest bit or a Tuesday. But again, anyone who understands Andy Dick's story knows that he's not joking. This is not a bit. There comes a time where you just have to admit that getting wasted isn't performance art, nor is it comedy. It's an excuse to get away with anything while trying to make enough money to stay in a constant haze. Recently, Andy was caught in public once again, exposing himself in Los Angeles, getting exploited for quick views.
Oh, just relax. I want him for TMZ. Relax. I wish you hooked yourself up more. This is gonna go viral, cuz.
I'm not gonna put it on the internet. I'm not gonna put it on the internet.
You're abusing an old man.
I'm not gonna put it on the internet. I'm not gonna put it.
And it's on the internet right now.
Put it on the internet. I just want to know why you're urinating down here because you have kids that come down here.
And just the other day, Andy got so inebriated that it looked like he was dead. First responders had to administer Narcan on the side of the street to save his life.
No, are you okay? Doesn't it look like I'm 100% fine? 110%. There was a guy that was my age and I felt for him. He has kids. Did you know that part? He has kids and he was depressed and he was on the sidewalk and I'm like, I'll sit with you. And then he whipped out, I'm sorry, but, and I'm like, you know what? I might need a little bit of that. I wanted to see what he was doing. And also, I don't mind doing a little now and then.
At this point, anyone who attempts to interview Andy Dick is either desperate themselves or wants to squeeze one last viral meltdown out of a man who's barely conscious anymore.
Bob Odenkirk, all right, who really is doing well, except for his ball cancer.
I didn't hear about that, but
butt cancer.
I didn't hear about that either. But anyway,
it's some kind. Oh, I remember. He got hepatitis. No.
All right.
I remember now. He got a cold.
Oh, okay.
But he's fine now.
It's good.
He took Theraflu or whatever.
So back to the Ben Stiller days.
Why would I go to hepatitis? I didn't know.
If this is how Andy is behaving at 59 years old, it's pretty much conclusive that he will never change. Andy was not a misunderstood genius or a tragic artist taken too soon. He's a violent addict and predator who kept getting chance after chance because people thought his chaos was entertaining. For decades, Hollywood treated him like a lovable screw-up, but there's nothing about him that is lovable anymore. His story is relatable to those who have an uncle or cousin that continuously refuse to better themselves. You start to run out of sympathy, then you run out of patience, and eventually...
I mean, yeah. I mean, like, it's to a point where it's like, it's fucking annoying. Like, what the hell? Right? It's to a point where like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna no longer help this person out. Like, I'm really annoyed. I dealt with that in the past, right? Like, yeah, there's no point, dude. Like, let them do what they're gonna do. Like, because I had like people that were alcoholics, and in some cases also drug addicts. And yeah, I try to help a little bit here and there, but it's like to a point where like, you know what, I just do not care no more. Like, I just do not care. It's didn't happen with like my cousins too as well. Like, I just do not care. I tried, I helped, but nope, did not work. It's just like, nah, I just don't care no more.
You run out of reasons to keep hoping they'll turn it around. It's not like you don't have love for them, but for your own sanity, you can't express any feelings towards that person, which leads.
Holy shit, are you serious? That's not bad at all. Bro, if you want to build a budget right now for a new PC, a 550 RTX graphics card, it's only for $173 right now. That's actually really good. I wonder how much their 580, 5080. Sorry. Oh, sorry, not 5080. Yeah, yeah. Like, yeah, that goes to 1,000. Yes, kind of crazy, right?
Leaves a cold emptiness towards them. It's sad, but it's merely a result of their own actions. Andy Dick has burned through every second chance a person can realistically have, and now what's left is a comedian that nobody is laughing at anymore. He's a man that spent his whole life spiraling downward and somehow still hasn't hit the bottom. There are very few stories like Andy's where a Hollywood star keeps spiraling further and further downwards, with each moment getting worse than the last. But one I would say is just as bad, if not worse than Andy.
Oh, Tila Tequila. Kind of. I remember, bro. I remember Tila Tequila. I rewatched that video too. We watched that video too. I remember that. Dude, it's crazy how much she changed to her face and everything. Andy is a real life Roger the alien from American Dad. That's I totally. I wonder if that's somewhere he's based from. Like, you know, clean sober means I'm showered and head into the liquor store. Howard Stern is creepier than any dick. I mean, I don't know why would he go to Howard Stern? Like, he sucks ass. Like, he sucks ass, dude. Do we really have a to bleep the word? Yes. In YouTube, yes. Because of the censorship and all that. But yeah, man, it's like, are we really surprised about this? Like, oh my god, when you get enabled so much, man. Did that came out today? I kind of want to read that. Did they upload a YouTube video about the recent Absolute Batman or Wonder Woman comic? I don't know what your I do know your name, but it's not mine to take. It's yours to give. Aw. This is like a by the way, this is like a very different kind of Wonder Woman, because like it's kind of weird because she was born and raised in hell of all places. You know? Oh shit! What?
Of other happy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Tyler Chase. Oh yeah. If you guys don't know Tyler Chase, he is like mentally ill and possibly like a drug addict. He was like from Nest Discussify Survivor Guide to Cyber School, whatever you call it. Great show. And the guy that played like the kid who talks a lot, like nonstop talking. Yeah, he's like in a very bad spot right now.
I hope you're somewhere nice and warm with your families. Unfortunately, Tyler Chase is not. And this is the case for millions of other Americans. All right, the hotel situation. We got Tyler shelter. Hooray. Everyone's happy. Tyler's happy. Not the case, guys. We got him into the hotel, and just that night, I receive a call from management. They're upset. The door is left open. Why is there a microwave in the tub? The refrigerator's turned over. I just feel so devastated. I'm at a loss. And his family told me that they had tried the hotel thing before and it didn't work. And of course, Dan, why did you assume that you were going to be able to, just fix this situation? I don't even think we should be at this point, guys. 3 nights ago, when we tried to get him to the hospital, the authorities should have. I don't understand how a system could be in place, right? We have all these social systems where help should be provided for these people facing mental health issues, drug abuse issues, right? Taxpayers vote on this stuff all the time. 5150 exists. A third party should be able to get someone into treatment, get them a psychological evaluation to figure out what is going on and allow them to detox. Right. I'm just crushed that these systems are not working effectively. They're not quality systems. Well, LA, we got to do better.
Honestly, in California, let's be honest, it's a shithole right now. I mean, the whole thing that came out with the fraud, that money is going somewhere else, right? But hopefully with the whole fraud explosion, like you finally gonna get that money back, or stop wasting it on people that are stealing, and I'm pretty sure they're not gonna go to jail. You know how it is, but
Riverside County at this point, and California, there's the CARE Act. Let's make sure that it is functioning. There's no reason that his family should not be able to get him help. I'm really feeling devastated here. I do want to send a thank you to people that have been supporting, the people on the ground. Blaze Pizza has given Tyler free pizzas until the 31st. Now I gotta say, guys, do not just take the plug and abandon my boy. The 31st, all right, that's coming up soon, right? He'll be out of food soon. Please stay with him. Provide him a safe haven there at that facility. He loves your pizza. Guys, I think that it is time to put in a call for 5150, but I also need insight from you all. Do you think that's fair to have a third party call and get someone entry into a facility when you know they need the treatment and they're gravely mentally disabled? We have to do something before it's too late for Tyler. We have to do something, guys. And I just want a little insight. Anyone who has battled with drug addiction in the past and anyone who's battled with mental health problems, what would your...
Kind of crazy. Yeah, I mean, this starts from developing for like almost a year now at this point, or it feels like a year. Let's see. Cases like Tyler need professional institutional care. We have to bring back mental facility. His biggest mistake ever was closing them all down. Yeah. I feel like this is gonna happen. This is also a great case study for homelessness. Majority of them are strung out of drugs, and giving them won't fix anything. Yeah. I mean, like homelessness. Yeah. You can't just say, oh, here's a home and everything's gonna get fixed, right? Or here's money and everything's gonna get fixed. No, you cannot do that, because you're just gonna give them like opportunity to get more of the bad shaving faster. Thinks he will be fixed just because he got him a hotel. No. See, this person's dumb. It was way more than just that, by the way. Yeah, no, this guy's dumb. He thinks that this is the only thing you try to help him with the hotel thing. No. They've been trying to help him for like almost a year at this point. No, they've been trying to help him for like a year at this point, guys. It's not just been like, oh, we're just gonna help him with a hotel. All right, it's done. Nope. Two Walmart employees were fired after wrongfully accusing a customer who had already paid off shoplifting after searching through all her items. What?
Everything in my cart was scanned for and paid for. I did it with the gun because there was 20,000 people in line. So they're saying I didn't pay for something. They took my ID. A week.
Ma'am, we are trying to do this.
Yeah, this is the most.
The bottom has not been scanned, ma'am.
No, they were scanned. I did scan them on the gun. I did scan them. She just told you. She's showing you. I scanned them, sir. Apology, thank you. Thank you. I'm getting a.
Always get a refund.
So I got stopped coming out of Walmart, walking out with my cart. They pulled me back here and made me. I did it with the gun because there was.
You know the gun scanning? That's what she's talking about. They aren't allowed to ask you for your receipt. It's unlawful detainment. Mistakes happen, but final one is harsh. I mean, like if she had a receipt, right? I think that's proof enough. I don't think they like look at every single item, like especially if the receipt's long enough too. People have been right. People have been grabbing receipts out of the trash can. I actually seen that. I actually been seeing that. I don't know if it's real or not, but I actually been seeing that. It's not. Oh man, we have a weird freaking system, dude.
Is that not your girl?
Yeah, this is my baby. I was gonna see if you wanted to be our daughter.
Oh yeah, I would love to.
Okay.
Why do you bite her nose?
I thought it was mac and cheese.
What? All right. I was like, what am I watching here, bro? Or hold on. Let me check if they uploaded the new comic right now with Wonder Woman and Batman. I heard it was good. I haven't had a chance to read it, so I could just watch it. It's fine. Let's see. Absolute, or is it Absolute Wonder Woman? Absolute Wonder Woman. Yep. All right. Absolute Wonder Woman. Donna May's Absolute Batman. This is a day ago. The complete origin of Absolute Wonder Woman. I kind of want to see that, but it's like 58 minutes right now. But yeah, she's like, yeah, she was raised in hell. She's a god of war. Yeah, she's raised in hell, and it's based on magic. Yeah, she is based on magic this time around. One day ago, right here. Yeah, she actually does. Also, she does not have an arm. She lost an arm, but she uses the magic. She uses magic to replace that arm, pretty much. Did Variant Comics upload a video about the recent comic or no? If not, we can just go with the one I'm used to. Batman's new villain, Cold-Blooded. Yeah, I read about that too. Yeah, we did see that comic right there. The complete origin of Absolute Flash. Yeah, which I read that already. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we just go with that. All right, it's fine. We go with this one.
Absolute Batman and Absolute Wonder Woman finally meet each other, thank God. Which, by the way, I am traveling. No one knows for sure what the Joker's story is. It's just what Alfred Pennyworth believes. It's something important to keep in mind when it comes to the Joker. But one of the things that happens is she talks about this idea of whether or not Absolute Wonder Woman had taken the bait, right, that had been left behind by Veronica Cale. Essentially, getting Absolute Wonder Woman to show up to the city of Gotham, right, by creating a kind of mark of Hecate within Gotham itself, or at least that seemed to be the case. And so that's what led Absolute Wonder Woman to Gotham and to encounter Batman in the first place. And that's what's kind of interesting here, because when Absolute Wonder Woman shows up, she basically conjures the bat signal, which is pretty dope. It looks really, really amazing, but the whole thing's conjured out of magic. And so when he arrives on the scene, Wonder Woman is immediately just kind of like, I heard that you were quiet, but they may need to invent a new word for what you are. It's especially impressive considering your size. Now, Batman figures out pretty quickly that Absolute Wonder Woman is not an enemy. And so that's when Batman asks, right, like, this bat symbol, is it made of magic? And she simply just says, yes, right? I didn't want to traipse around your city uninvited, but you...
Oh, wait, hold up. I want to read the comic. Here we go.
Absolute Wonder Woman is headed for Gotham for the first Absolute team-up. Stands up from her desk. There's no accounting for taste, I suppose. Jack Grimm answers. Kale nods as she glances at the trash can full of Wonder Woman merchandise. I said they would inspire, didn't I? She tells him. You're right that they're big symbols, but big symbols are big targets. Did she take the bait? Grimm asks. Kale smiles as she reaches for her drink. She ponders for a moment before shifting one of the pawns on the chessboard. She did indeed, she says softly. Gotham City. Batman grabs hold of a thug in an alley and slams him into the ground hard enough to crack bone. Batman turns to the rest of the crew, but they are looking behind him in fear. What the hell is that? One of them hisses before they both turn and run. Batman can't help himself and turns around to see a giant glowing green bat rising into the night sky.
Is that where he gets the idea for the bat stick? No, wait, did he have bat stick? No, I don't remember.
Batman hangs upside down from a nearby construction site overlooking the
kind of crazy
of the signal. He stares at the building, watching it for a moment. Suddenly, Diana appears next to him, floating in the night air. I'd heard you were quiet, but they may need to invent a new word for what you are. It's especially impressive considering your size, she notes. Batman doesn't respond. He unhooks the talons of his cape and descends on the building, landing next to its origin point. This bat symbol is made of magic? He questions. She gently lands next to him and nods. Yes, I didn't want to traipse around your city uninvited, but you are hard to find, she tells him. I'm Diana, she says with a smile. Batman stares at her. Batman, he grunts before turning back to the strange green fire. Define magic, he asks. Diana waves a hand through the green flame symbol, dispersing it into the night air as she takes a seat on the building's edge. Advanced chemistry.
I would love an absolute Batman game. That'd be awesome. Like Arkham game.
Unusual resources, she tells him. Batman ponders this for a moment before taking a seat next to her. You hurl yourself from these skyscrapers with no fear, but you cannot fly. How did you learn to do that? Diana asks. Batman offers her the barest hint of a shrug. Necessity, he says softly. The two sit in silence for a moment, staring out into the lights of the city. I'm not here by accident. I find I need your aid, she tells him, explaining that she has become aware of 4 murders that were connected by strange symbols on the victim's arms. She motions to the mark of Hecate that marks her own magic arm. A blood version appeared at those crime scenes. Obviously, this is not my city, nor is detective work my strength. Though I have a friend that helps with that kind of thing, she admits. Batman nods as he stands. I saw her with you on the news. Everyone did. You should be more careful with your exposure. You may be a god, but the people around you aren't, he reminds her. Diana shrugs. I'm afraid that bell is rung for me. I cannot now go back into the shadows, she says. Batman stares out at his city. Would you, if you could? He asks softly. Diana thinks on this for a moment. No, I think not. Love is transformative, and I don't know how to show that to people without living it.
Yeah, I wonder why these 2 minutes first before
Batman nods. I think my father would have liked your path, he says softly. But you should know, I am no god. Are you?
Yeah, I believe Batman's dad is dead still, but the mom's still alive.
Batman says in surprise. Excellent. My mother was sure you were a bat god when we saw you in her scrying pool. We made a bet about it. Diana reaches into her pouch and pulls out a small disc. Oh, I almost forgot. Forgive my manners. I was raised in hell, though that is no excuse, she says as she offers it to him, explaining that it is an enchanted talisman of Hecate. It is a gift. Hospitality is a great deal.
Okay, so I saw this part in the TikTok. So I wonder if this part is gonna be for when Batman's gonna call for Wonder Woman's help when he's fighting against the Joker. If you guys don't know how the Joker looks like when he's transformed, it is goddamn insane. It's actually right here, right here in the cover. Like, I can make this bigger. Hold up. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Here it is. That's how he looks like. That's what the Joker looks like, guys. So I wonder, like, we don't know where his ability comes from. Nobody knows yet, right? So that's where, like, we're at right now. Is like, is it come from hell? Is he connected with Wonder Woman in some ways? Or is, like, what kind of magic is he using in order to become that thing, you know?
Greek culture, she says, explaining that if he touches the disc with his bare hands and demands an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle, she will come to his aid. It's powerful magic. Mine, my mother's, and that of Hecate herself, she tells him. Batman stares at it for a moment before slipping it into his belt. Thank you, he whispers. Finally, the two are ready. Would you mind escorting me to the most recent crime scene so I may examine it? She asks. Shortly, the two are moving through the city. Batman on his motorcycle, while Diana flies a few feet from the ground. It doesn't take them long to move several miles outside of Gotham City, to a place known as Slaughter Swamp. Finally, they make their way through the forest on foot. This place teems with power. What is its name? Diana questions. Slaughter Swamp. We're not known for subtlety in Gotham, Batman tells her with the barest hint of a smile. Finally, they arrive at the old cabin where the murder took place. They step inside to find the remains of the grisly scene. The walls are covered in blood. Your goddess Hecate likes blood, Batman notes. Diana nods as she moves about the magical symbol and discarded candles. All gods do, as does magic. It's fundamental, though I mostly use my own blood for my magic. It's freely available and powerful, Diana explains as she stoops, her fingers tracing over the dried blood that remains on the floor. Magic was done here, but I don't think it was in honor of Hecate, she says, explaining that the magic was messy, that true disciples of Hecate would have used multiples of threes with the candles and symbols, that this was staged to look like someone was calling on Hecate. The moon itself was also in the wrong place for this type of spell. Batman continues to survey the scene. I don't know about magic, but this does look staged to me, he agrees. Were there any organs missing from the body they found? Diana asks. Batman explains that the liver, lungs, heart, and stomach were missing from the various victims. Does that mean something? He questions. The two of them step out into the chilly night. I think someone's trying to build an anthroparian, a magical constructed form, like a homunculus or a golem, a powerful figure that could be remotely controlled.
Like a Frankenstein.
Why the ruse? Why pretend it's Hecate? She ponders. Batman already knows the answer. To draw you in, a trap for you, or maybe me, he growls. Let's get proactive. I found something in the case files that point to an abandoned church with a strange clock tower across the swamp. Let's start there, he tells her. Shortly, they move through the swamp and find their way to the church. Strange lights can be seen through the window, and Batman doesn't hesitate. Smashing through the ceiling with Diana's aid, he slams into the floorboards hard enough to crack them, but the cultists don't look up. They kneel inside a magical circle, murmuring over the lifeless form of a golem. Diana lands softly next to Batman. They're in some kind of altered state. Didn't even blink, Batman tells her. He takes a step forward and crosses the line of magic before Diana can shout a warning, and the heroes are slammed into the ground by the magical energy. Quickly, they struggle to their feet. Diana stares at the golem. But something is wrong. The construct looks unfinished, she murmurs. Isn't that good news? Batman asks. But Diana shakes her head. Unless they're not trying to build a construct, she says, as her eyes widen in shock as she realizes what's going on.
Okay.
Meanwhile, back at Veronica Kale's house, she smiles and looks out the window. "You're the one who gave me the idea, you know," she says to Grim. There is a pause on the other end of the line. Oh, the thing about the Amazons. The story of their great and miraculous child. The last Amazon. The one some myths claim is made of clay? He asks. Yes, that one. And if she's made of clay, she's nothing more than a fancy golem, Kale notes. Back at the church, the magic begins to work, reaching up and curling around Diana, turning her eyes black. She turns on the Dark Knight.
Oh,
Batman,
shit.
Run! Diana growls as her body becomes not her own. Batman doesn't hesitate. He turns and rushes away.
You done told me
Diana
twice.
struggles against the magical control.
You done
but
told
she
me
knows
twice.
she will lose. Quickly, she tries
See, her arm is literally made by magic. She has no arm. She lost it.
to give Batman a fighting chance by deleting her magical arm. Hoping this will aid him, Batman reaches the edge of the room and leaps down from the clock tower, his cape unfurling to slow his descent. But he is too slow, and Diana slams into the ground next to him. Diana, can you hear me? This isn't you! Batman shouts. But Diana reaches out and grabs him by the neck, lifting them both back up into the clock tower and throwing him to the floor. Batman whirls, reaching out with his cape talons and pulling himself to safety. Diana turns her blackened eyes upon him. Diana, I know you're in there. Hear me! Batman hisses at her as he draws his battle axe. He leaps down and swings, the axe biting into Diana's leg.
Damn.
She makes no sign of pain and punches him in the jaw before grabbing the axe and kicking him away.
Damn.
Batman slams into a beam and his body crumbles to the floor,
Batman's
his vision going blurry, but he pushes through the pain. Diana, wake up! He shouts as she stalks towards him, the battle axe in hand.
Oh my
Maybe
God.
One chance. Batman gasps as he reaches into his belt and pulls out Diana's gift. Diana steps down on his chest and raises the battle axe overhead. Quickly, Batman pulls off his glove and grabs the medallion. I demand an audience with Diana of the Wild Isle. He shouts as she swings the axe downward through the air.
Oh my
It
God.
stops inches from his face. Batman glances around the blade and sees that Diana's eyes have returned to normal. Thank Hecate, she whispers. Batman nods. I'll second that, he whispers as she pulls him to his feet. The two quickly return to the scene of magic. This spell would not have worked without my own hair and blood. I think you'd have to be quite connected to get both those things from me. That and the witch's trance continues to suggest a hidden enemy pulling the strings. Diana ponders. Batman's eyes widen and he grabs hold of her as something clicks amongst the candles. He pulls her away and they leap out the clock tower as bombs detonate behind them. They both slam into the ground as the church smokes behind them. Seems like it was a trap for us both, Batman gasps. Diana nods as she pulls herself up. They wanted me to kill you, but who are they? She wonders. I have a list somewhere in my other pants. Batman grunts at her. So wait, are you a golem? Batman asks. No, but the magical and unconventional nature of my birth have left me open to some attacks I hadn't considered. Diana replies. The two sit up, and Diana offers Batman a jump drive, explaining that she rescued a scientist from a government prison maze, and in return, he gave her information. It has quite a bit of information about you, about all of us, she says. Batman takes it. All of us? You mean the Superman? He asks.
Oh,
She
there it
nods.
is.
I do. And a few more, she says.
I wonder when they're gonna do the big Justice League collab, right? So they got Batman and Wonder Woman collabing, right? And then Superman still hasn't done a lot. Like he has some, but no. But there's still Martian Manhunter, The Flash. They're doing Green Arrow this next year. And then Green Lantern as well. So I am wondering, like, what big event is gonna be with the Absolute Batman? Is it with Darkseid? You know, because Darkseid created this universe. So that's what I'm wondering.
Suddenly, the sky opens up.
It's snowing.
Snow begins to drift downward. Diana looks up in wonder. By Hecate, she whispers. Have you never seen snow? Batman asks. Diana shakes her head, catching the snow in her hand. I have seen it in books, and once at a great distance on a mountain, but I have never felt it on my face. What perfect magic it is, she whispers. She looks back to Batman. I think we're going to be great friends, Batman. I think one day you will even tell me your name, she tells him. Batman looks at her for a moment. I suspect you already know it, he whispers. I do, but it's not mine to take. It's yours to give, she tells him. Say it, Batman tells her. She nods and begins to float up into the air. Diana smiles down at him. Bruce, don't you think we should make friends with the Superman too? I think we're going to need lots of friends if we're going to save the world. May Hecate bless and protect you, Bruce, and those you love, she calls as she flies off into the night. Bruce smiles up at her. Happy holidays, Diana, he whispers. And that was the complete story for Absolute Wonder.
Yeah, I actually enjoyed it, honestly. I can't wait to read more stories about the Absolute Universe. I mean, that's the Wonder Woman comic book. But like, I cannot wait to see the big crossover between them for sure, right? With Wonder Woman and like pretty much the Justice League, like this version of the Justice League. But what I'm happy the way they're doing things, they're easing their way into the Justice League. They're just not just doing it boom right away, right? It's been like, Wonder Woman has what, 15 issues. Superman has about 14, I think, or so, and then Batman has like the most issues right now. And then obviously the Flash, the Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern, and many others. Or not many others, but like they're gonna make other ones. And so I'm happy they're kind of building the story of like having connections to each other slowly and for surely. Like they're building up the characters slowly, and then now they're gonna go towards like the whole Justice League and all that. Like maybe by the time we reach next year, we're probably gonna get our first like interaction with all three characters, or maybe more four characters. Because yeah, Santana is already in there, and I believe Santana has to do with who she's with right now. Wonder Woman, I believe, right? Yeah, she's right here.
So we just got our first look at Absolute Zatanna, and before we get there, we have to go back to this moment right here in Absolute Wonder Woman issue number 12. Because after reading Absolute Evil, we all know that this woman right here, Veronica Cale, she's the one responsible for getting together the Absolute Justice League. And Diana essentially destroying the maze is the inciting incident for her rallying everybody together. Because the damage that Diana did to Area 41 has Veronica Cale pissed. In fact, in order for Veronica to keep the facility up and running, she needs enough money that actually rivals the gross national product of several impressive nations. Now, Absolute Zatanna is introduced when Veronica Cale leaves the prison cell of Dr. Poison. And on the way to Zatanna's prison cell, it's revealed that there's a lot more people being held hostage inside of this facility than Zatanna. And if you have an idea of who they might be sure to let me know in the comments. Because the only one that I'm 100% sure of is this individual right here. Because this is Giganta. And at the end of the hallway is Absolute Zatanna, chained up looking like Hannibal Lecter. Wow. So we just got our first look at Absolute.
So I wonder if this version is gonna be like a murderer, or it's obviously it's gonna be more. She's gonna be more brutal for sure. She chained up like Hannibal Lecter. It tells me she's like gonna be a badass magician. I saw a Katja, Absolute Cheetah, calling it now. Well, they're saying it's Cheetah, but I don't think it's Cheetah. You know what?
If you're a small content creator, use this sound to gain at least
like what I like about like also like how like whenever new characters introduced, you just put absolute in the front. Like, oh, absolute whatever. Like that's really cool. Like I've been trying to get like as many of these comics, but obviously I can't get all of them. So I've just been trying to like be very picky at what I get. But man, the Absolute Universe comics, guys, I really recommend it. Like I said, the last time we saw this one right here 2 weeks ago, holy hell, that was insane comic origin, dude. Like crazy origin. Freaking love it. Um and yeah, dude, I just like, oh my god, dude. Like they have been selling like millions of issues. Like, so this kind of like, you know what, like the Absolute Universe kind of proves that people are so willing to buy comic book stories or comic books in general if it's freaking good, you know? Let's see. So Nvidia's are bright spirits high, innovation reaching the sky to air, and then Half-Life 3 got delayed by an 8 GB RAM are double their prices because the effing clickers like things in Nvidia. Damn, dude. Hold up. Oh, we were talking about the Stranger Things. I actually watched it already. It came out at 5 p.m. Yeah, I will not say anything about it. I was just not gonna say anything about it. Everyone's talking about the Stranger Things stuff, but anyways, here's what we created so far. This is the snowman character right here, guys. So I added the scarf, obviously the carrot. So here are the people that I added right now. Where's the list? Here it is. So we got Shadow. I made him into a polar bear. I need to put like initials so I know who's who. I put Cat as Cat, obviously. Because why not? And then Hato is this one, which we still gotta fix, I think. So I think we'll do like that, right? All right, we'll fix it. But this is Hato. And then so yeah, we got and then the other ones did not tell me what they wanted, but we got I'm gonna put glasses guy. We're gonna put like a character with glasses. Which I was thinking maybe one of these penguin characters, because the penguins are kind of like placeholders right now. If I could, because again, it was my fault because I didn't ask people what they wanted for like this piece, because I really didn't know like what kind of characters I want the characters to be, you know, like of helping them. So that was like my fault, obviously. Uh, but yeah, I'm thinking of adding like maybe glasses guy here, and then do that maybe, and then boom, boom. So yeah, we got, so I'll put uh GG, which is kind of cool. GG there, and then we also have uh Dre, which if you so we can put Dre right there, and then we also got Serta as well. So S and then B, SB. So there you go. So we got like all the characters so far right now. So we got, let's see, we got Shadow, Hano, we got Cash, and then we got and then so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 7 characters, and we got out of, yeah, we got all of them. Yeah, we got everybody. Okay, cool. So now it's like I can't fully like make this as an ink design right now because I'm not fully done with it unless like I decide to close it off, and but it's almost close to the end of the month. So again, I'm thinking about it right now. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. What we're gonna do exactly. Let's see. Um because we could start inking it. That's for sure. I feel like this part right here is really weird. I want to fix that with the deal. But yeah, I think I've been getting a little bit more better, guys, with freestyling characters or designs, which is a very good thing for me. Because if I have to come up with something quick, guys, I can like do it. But like quick with quality. Let me see. Someone tried to scam one of my viewers for a DDR5 RAM that she bought on accident. I bought this for $70 last year. Didn't realize that it didn't fit my PC.
$20 last year. Didn't realize. See.
Gigs of DDR. You are sitting on 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM? Your boyfriend's brother's trying to buy it for 50? Hell no! Do not sell it to him for 50. He's trying to scam you!
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's worth a lot of money right now. $700 to $800. Like for me, I got mine at a sell because so I got like $300 off. I still were paid, by the way. I paid like $300 for my my 32 gigabyte RAM. It's not the best version of it, but it's still good. Obviously I didn't get an RGB, like what the fuck. But yeah.
Ooh, I know nothing about PCs. Do you want it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I will accept it. But that takes someone special to even consider them selling $50 RAM, even if you aren't familiar with computers. For $150, I'm still waiting for you to drop the new stuff on your website. Yeah, I wonder if he's still selling PC parts right now. Yeah, I remember I met him at TwitchCon. He sells a lot of cool keyboards, like cool keyboard art. It's part of the time to remind you all that you can buy secondhand hardware and not destroy your wallet. Don't pay for cloud gaming, for Jesus Christ. Yeah, I hate this. Like this idea with cloud gaming is coming like more sooner than ever, man. I really hate cloud gaming, dude. I really do. Like it's so goddamn annoying, man. It's really bad too. Not sure what else to say other than that it's gonna get a lot worse. They're like 3 RAM manufacturers. Oh, y'all computers are fine because AI isn't going to let you buy a new one without sacrificing a few months of rent. Yeah, that's not like right now. Like it is crazy markup, right?
$100
like
a few months ago
to $1,000 right now. But it's like I feel like even RAM's gonna go even higher by the time 2026. May 26, like $600
a few months ago. Today, it costs almost $1,000. Why? This is because the new AI models are extremely memory hungry and there is a shortage of supply. Because there's so little RAM available, even the older DDR4 sticks are up in price. So what can we do about it? Pretty much nothing. What can I do about it? I'm posting all my DDR4 and DDR5 memory for sale on my website, eBoards.com. And I'm selling all of it for the same price I got it for before the spike in price. It's collecting dust in my house. And I would rather go to one of you guys who are trying to build a PC.
Wow, I wish I saw this, but they're all gone. They're all gone. Wow. Yeah.
Do about it? Pretty 5 memory for selling all of it for the same price I got it for before the spike in price. It's collecting dust in my house, and I would rather go to one of you guys who are trying to.
Yeah, I'm gonna check his website real quick. Because let's see. Because yeah, he usually does a lot of keyboards, like custom keyboards, or what I remember, and PC. He doesn't stream on Twitch anymore. Huh. I feel like he did. Oh yeah. Okay, 12 hours ago. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I mean it's probably all gone by now. Because if they ain't, yeah, I would have like bought this and returned the ones I got. Yeah, they're all out of stock. Yeah, they're all gone. I did not know anything about it, to be honest. Someone bought it for $150, dude. It 32. Damn. What was this? 32 gigabyte. Damn, dude. And this one's not even bad either. It's a 64 RAM. Like it's not even bad at all, dude. Like at all. DDR4 is still good. Like they're not bad. It's not like they're like fully outdated, to be honest. But yeah. Oh my gosh, just sucks ass, dude. Choose your switch. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Because he does a lot of like keyboards and like plate keyboards. So in the plate keyboards, you could like customize it. And I remember he used to sell them at the TwitchCon. But yeah, dude, I wish I saw that. I would have bought it. But again, around December 2nd, um, I didn't know what was going on, dude. I wish I was in tune with what's going on, dude. Like I wish I knew. Like it's just dude. But luckily, I personally got a discount on it. Luckily though, so I'm very happy about that. So yeah. After Twisted Legendary over 1,000 One Piece ending as season 1 December 2028. Oh right, yeah, yeah. So One Piece is officially gonna go to seasons now, guys. So what that means is now officially One Piece after 1,000 episodes is officially ending season 1. So season 2 will be out. So what they want to do, I think they're gonna like start fast pacing their animations to be like more. So the show's gonna go a little bit more fast paced and also higher quality animation. It's gonna be seasonal now. Yeah, because yeah, technically it is season 1. By the way, guys, technically it is season 1. Yeah, because they never ended it. Yeah, I mean I know people are joking, but yeah. Yeah, they're moving from weekly episodes to seasonal to keep amazing animations to not ruin the pacing and so they did some arcs. Is essentially the reason is to improving the quality and storytelling, but it's not really season 1. It's season 2 kind of thing. But yeah, it's but technically it is on like in simple terms. They're saying that they're gonna do monthly episodes now, so 12 times a year, possibly less, more of a special if that's true. That yeah. Um, yeah, we're literally in the last arc of One Piece, by the way, guys. That's what Oda said pretty much. So by the time maybe by 2026 and 2027, it's the end of One Piece, pretty much, and the manga especially. I think for the show we may have like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, so they are in the last saga of the story of One Piece. It's still gonna last a decade, probably. No, it's not. It's not gonna last a decade. It's gonna last like maybe a year or two. I remember Oda saying he wanted to end this manga in 2025. I don't think it will be another full 10 years, maybe 5, 6 years. It's all he needs is he making his arc smaller now, going away from the 5 year Wano, Flamingo type arcs. But I mean, it's Oda, 10 years is possible. It is possible, but I think he really wants to finish it, honestly. He just wants to finish it at this point. Um, but yeah, we're literally at the final arc. Well, yeah, Final Saga. Sorry, Final Saga. Where it's gonna be like maybe like 1 or 2, 3 arcs in it. But yeah, we're like literally at the end of One Piece, which I'm super excited. And finally see the ending of One Piece. You know, because it's been a very, very long time, dude.
Is just, I didn't think Karen would be like that.
All right, let's see.
At an apartment complex. I don't know where the fuck I'm at, but because when you turn the heat on in these piece of shit cars, the mileage goes down. So now I started here at 98 miles. I'm here 25 minutes. It went up 1 mile. What a great investment this was. Sitting in the snow and the cold, watching my car charge. My neighbor finally caught on to me, but you know what? I'm going to his house right now. I'm going to try to outmaneuver him because this is insane. It's great. Get an electric car. Fucking snow on the ground. I am charging my car at an apartment complex. I don't know where the fuck I'm at, but because when you turn the heat on in these piece of shit cars, the mileage goes down. So now
So I'll turn off the heat, bro, and go home. Like, am I crazy? If get an EV, buy Tesla, only their supercharged network, otherwise stick to gas car. It's crazy how Tesla is like a monopoly of electrical cars, man. See, look, you should have bought a Tesla with a fast charger. Wow. Let's see. If it's not compatible with Tesla's supercharger network, it's hard garbage. Yeah, it's you. Yeah, it is, you moron. It's been it for a year and a half. I mean, like, again, there's a lot of people that believe in like Tesla's number one, which in so many ways I do believe that, but I don't think it's the worst. I don't think it's the best car in the world, but it's, again, the electrical cars has a lot of problems, especially with the tablet. It's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Waymo best card. Wait, is that an actual brand? Like, I don't know. I don't know about car brands, bro. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, cool. Good. Yeah, I did see the whole Face Clan thing, but honestly, like, I don't know if it's like real or not. Like, the thing is, they've been saying this so many times. They leave Face Clan, they leave Face Clan. It's like I really don't believe anything at this point. But it's because like, so let's see, these guys had free housing, free filmers and staff, all face channels, 0% income shared. I thought they had to pay money. Banks calls out the ex-Face Boys for being ungrateful. Unfair to drag me like this. Every one of these guys had a bigger platform and audience because they joined Face and met me. They had millions of dollars, taking years of my life, significantly worse off financially. Which I don't believe that, by the way, because I'm pretty sure they signed contracts where they have to give monthly money into the organization. That's usually how a lot of these things go for. Let's see. Face Clan Twitter unfollowed Jab Dog is effing over. Is Rage the only Face Clan member left or something?
Yeah. I don't regret joining FaZe at all. I think it's one of the best decisions I made.
Well, yeah, he got a big exposure with that.
There's so many predatory people in his business, as well as people that really will pitch a life in a certain way and have totally opposite intentions. You feel me? Yeah. And
no, I mean, like, what do you expect from joining an org? You know, what the fuck, dude?
And yeah, I was the first guy in the room. These guys would have never lived in a house together.
By the way, shout out! I made you into a polar bear. This is you right here. Made you into a polar bear. Why? I don't know. Just made you into a polar bear.
Together, if it wasn't for me, these guys are all at minimum 10 times the size in terms of audience and platform now as before they joined FaZe. These guys have all made millions and millions and millions of dollars in the last 2 years, and none of them could ever dispute the fact. Max just said it himself on his stream. Joining FaZe was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I've heard that from Lacey. I've heard it from Silky. I've heard it from Jason. I've heard it from Ron. I've heard it from Adapt. I've heard it from every single person that's ever joined FaZe, specifically these guys. And I'm here to tell you, as former FaZe Banks, this was one of the worst decisions I've ever made in my entire life. I gave up my entire adult life to this. I have put myself in millions and millions and millions of dollars in debt. I have never made not one singular dollar outside of my salary via FaZe. Not selling it, not buying it.
He is lying because there's no way in hell he would invest in that money and not to make money back. There was a big long period of time where he probably was losing money with the whole like other people are owning the FaZe, but when he created a new FaZe, he owned the company. The fuck are you talking about? And the way that it works in general is that the company, when you join an org, you get a percentage of your earnings to the company. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Unless I'm missing something big that I didn't notice or something like that. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Raising money. I've just put myself further and further in debt. Yeah, I think FaZe to acquire and all the costs for these guys' careers over the last 2 years, I think ballpark $40 million. And I think probably collectively these guys have had to have probably made like 20 million in the last 2 years collectively, I would guess. And not $1 of that 20 million has ever gone back to FaZe. Never mind me. Even if it did ever go back to FaZe, that shit, it's not mine.
Because he sold the company.
I just fucking can't believe it. I can't.
Like, I feel like he's lying his ass off. I really do feel that. Because that doesn't make zero sense as the business. Where if you join an org, you don't get no money with the org. I believe that's pure bullshit. I really do. Mac doesn't have an ego whatsoever. He looks at everyone as equals to him. He generally is the nicest person I know. It's not ungrateful for his generally very grateful. Fakes himself on Playboy Max, claiming he fake and ungrateful.
Because I just watched some clips from this Blackboy Max stream where he's playing a laugh track over my tweet, and it's like, Max, I know we've had like our individual differences, and I know I haven't really seen eye to eye.
Just exposed everything at this point.
Truthfully and honestly, I find you guys all to be incredibly ungrateful. I find you guys all to have.
See, this is what I mean. I told you guys we're gonna get one more big drama in a streamer world, and here it is. Here it is.
Insane egos, and I think it's disgusting and makes me sick to my stomach that your guys' relationships with each other and with every other streamer, and your community included, is so incredibly fake. You guys are the best actors on planet Earth.
Yeah, I mean,
a complete career out of all of it. Max, these are your boys.
Actually, I kind of do agree with that because I said I don't believe any of this because they keep saying I left FaZe, I did this, and that. They're big. They're a lot of the FaZe clan people, not all of them, but most of them to me it's just all clickbait, right? Obviously, that's how you get numbers, that's how you get attention, etc. But it's like they're always saying things out of pocket or things that are like a boy car wolf kind of thing. Where like I don't believe any of this shit they're saying. Like, oh, they left face. I don't believe it.
These are the same guys that said they fucking hated your guts after you left, and you know you're the program, and you have an ego the size. You think you're Travis Scott and this and that, and also like Max, multiple conversations about how Ron's content's cringe, and you guys didn't fuck with the dad. None of you guys fucked with Lacey or Jason in the beginning. You guys didn't want these guys to live anywhere near you. You barely wanted to share a brand with them. But FaZe was gonna fund a Miami house for you, Rage, Silky, and Kason. So fuck it, we'll take what we can get. And then it all worked, and we forced this relationship. And I was called a fucking retard then, and I was told then I was ruining FaZe. And now 2 years later, it wound up being the best thing that ever happened. So you understand why I'm sitting here and I'm frustrated. I would hope anyone watching could sit here and understand why I would be frustrated while a fucking entire hate mob is coming after me on fucking Christmas, my first Christmas without my mom.
Oh, that's where I ended. Damn. Damn. Honestly, I don't know. We'll see what happens, honestly. I'm very curious. I am curious at a just like a content creator standpoint kind of thing. Like, I wonder what quote unquote art's gonna be exposed. You call him a sniper? Oh, that's an N-word. Oh shit. You're broke, and old, holding on to something. Kason Rage made your dirt. Wait, what? Let's see. I don't know. We'll see what's gonna happen. Honestly, FaZe says that the new FaZe era was the worst decision, which that's not real or true. I think. Oh right, why did he got canceled again? There's a reason why he had to leave. I think he was scamming again or something like that. I think he was like scamming. I think I don't remember. I don't remember. Let's see. You know, that's his content creator thingy. All right. So what I'm gonna do now, guys, is so yeah, what I'm gonna do right now, guys, since like I'm pretty much done with the sketch right here, so I can't really do much after this because I was thinking about inking it, but I was like, oh no, I can't because what if I add more characters? I may not even add any more characters, so I'm kind of like maybe I should just end it, right? Maybe just end the community drawing here, and then we could start fresh on January, like for the new year, and I think that'd be the best thing to do, right? Like we could just start, and then if I could, but if I add more people, I could just add them like around this area or this area right here or something like that, pretty much, right? I think we could easily do that. So let's do it. Because I'm just gonna ink it. I'm not gonna add like I'm not gonna like marker, like put marker on it because like I could add another character here or something like that. You never know. So I think we're just gonna go with that. Oh wow. They dropped the Madden trailer for NFL?
There's only one John Madden. They didn't make another one. He is one of a kind.
Yo, Madden.
Football wouldn't be football without him.
I mean, he was the face of football for a very long time.
They have no idea where we are, who we are, where we're coming from, or who we're throwing to.
I can't believe they have him in a fat suit, guys. Oh, hold up. Sorry. Like, bro.
Very interesting.
Oh, it's on Amazon. Wait, when's it come out? Thanksgiving? Why did it post it in the trailer already if it's a year away? What? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I wonder why did they take him out of the covers of the NFL, by the way, of John Madden? Thomas Anderson, Holly is multi Korea's both NFL coach for the Oakland Raiders, of all people, right? Raiders. And he did win a Super Bowl with them too. Kind of crazy. Yeah, he died 4 years ago. Yeah, he died 4 years ago on this day. Or 2 days, 2 days from yeah, kind of crazy. 85 too. Damn. But yeah, they took him out of all the video game covers. It's kind of weird. Weird decision in my opinion. I wonder why. Like yeah, I wonder why they decided to do that. Let's see. I would not be talking about Stranger Things 5 for obvious reasons because, well, you know, it's too early to talk about it. I don't want to spoil it. But all right, guys. So yeah, I think we're just gonna ink it. I decided I'm just gonna ink this, guys. Might as well. We probably could finish it within 2 hours or less. I'm gonna ink it, and then from there we're going to and then today's stream later on today, I will be working on the Mega Man contest just to see what we could do, and maybe we'll do Street Fighter, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe, but we'll see. Anyways, I believe I had one more video on the back end. One more video that I saved up. Let's see. Where is it? I missed David. Oh my god. Right, I forgot David's not. I mean, David's ain't gonna be making any music for right now, dude, until he is fully cleared of the potential murder of the girl. You know, it's like we'll see how that goes. Like, oh man, it's not looking good at all, though. I'm gonna tell you that for sure. But yeah, we're not going to watch any like dark stuff, guys, because it's Christmas. Even though it's the next day already, I don't care. Where's my video? Hold up. Hold up. Larian is an enemy now? Yes, they are. I need some artists to see that. Like, yeah, yes, they are. Because of the whole AI thing. We actually talked about it. Actually, like me talking about Larian, by the way, guys, it became one of my most hated videos of all time. I think I got really like triple time ratio. I think I got like 8 likes and like 28 dislikes. It's because like I was like, it was my update video, and I was kind of like, oh, this is worse than I actually expected. And yeah, people did not like that. Funny though, it was funny. Like I take no offense to it too, especially when people have legit criticism. You know. Anyways, where's the video? Anyways, I hope you guys had a great Christmas, by the way. I worked today. That's why I started streaming late, guys. I actually worked today. Surprisingly, it's really busy on Christmas Day, guys. There's a couple restaurants that's open and they get a lot of orders. It's like, shit. All right, you know, like all right. I mean, I will. Oh shit! What happened to my thing? I will work today, so like I did work last minute, so it's like all right, let's just do it. But the good news is tomorrow I may have to like I could like probably leave early tomorrow of work because then we could watch. I'm gonna watch SmackDown and then react early to SmackDown because, well, I'll be work out early, so I probably will stream a lot earlier now. On Friday, so we'll see. If anything, I'll probably work extra hours still because again, I'm really like down bad right now with my money. Not because I was like, what do you call it? Irresponsible with it. It was just more with the circumstances with like the car thing and the PC and all that. So we're all like my right now. I'm like in recovery mode. That's literally it. But anyways. But yeah, I want to like check out this one right here, guys. It's a video about the top 10
I thought you were all
hardest video game characters to unlock. And there's some characters that I tell you guys, it was so goddamn hard. I remember one of them for sure was the Melee and Mewtwo, but that was before the exploit, right? That's because we were kids, we didn't know anything about a lot of exploits and stuff. I think you have to play like 200 matches of Melee in order to unlock Mewtwo.
Wiped out.
He was like the hardest character to unlock. Alright, I forgot about Tofu.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're looking at 10 of the most difficult video game characters to unlock. Anything from fighting games and RPGs to joke survival horror characters. These are the 10 that had us pulling our hair out to unlock.
Pokemon Red and... Oh no! Mew?
Number 10, Go-Go, Final Fantasy VI.
I actually love the secret characters in Pokemon, or not like secret, like the legendary Pokemon, like the way to unlock them and stuff. I thought that was one of the biggest, most awesome things they ever was added in their games, right? The Yox, Mew, all the legendary Pokemon, but I feel like nowadays it's a lot easier to unlock these like legendary Pokemon. I'm not a big fan of it, because I remember last time we were seeing like, oh, here's how you like get to like do to unlock a legendary Pokemon, you know what I mean? Like, man, I really do miss that. I really do miss that, dude. So I really hope they're bringing that back, at least the challenge of it, because yeah, I don't know, I feel like a lot of things are just too simple, way too simple. If I see Go-Go?
The silent mimic of Final Fantasy VI, Go-Go can be very easy to miss if you don't know what you're doing, and can only be recruited fairly late in the game. When you get to Triangle Island in the World of Ruin and come across a Zone Eater, your first natural instinct would be to kill it just like any other enemy. Instead, survive until it uses its Inhale ability on the entire party. Once you do, you'll find yourself inside the belly of the beast.
Oh wow, that's crazy cool.
Traverse the dungeon and congratulations, you found Go-Go. He's pretty useful in battle, so we highly recommend going off the beaten path to find him.
Really? I take you through the world? I mean, Go-Go?
Number 9, Mewtwo, Pokemon Red and Blue versions.
I forgot what you had to do to get to Mewtwo.
Look, we know a lot of the entries on this list will be well-known quantities at this point, but put yourself in the shoes of a kid playing Pokemon for the very first time. After finally becoming strong enough to take down the Elite Four and becoming champion, we just didn't want the game to end, not at all. So imagine our surprise when we discovered that the Cerulean Cave was now open, and a powerful legendary Pokemon was waiting at the end of it.
Freaking love that.
Finding Mewtwo by today's standard isn't too difficult, of course, but at the time, battling and catching him was one of the toughest challenges ever up to that point, especially if you mistakenly used your Master Ball earlier on. His powerful Psychic-type attacks and recover ability made that feel like it just went on forever. Number 8, Vincent Valentine, Final Fantasy VII.
Vincent Valentine?
The recent Final Fantasy VII pair of remakes doesn't make Vincent optional, but in the 1997 original, unlocking the moody gunslinger required quite a bit of detective work. You can only unlock Vincent when the party's exploring the Shinra Manor in Nibelheim, relatively late in the game.
Right. The only reason I found out about that is people told me about it.
Scattered around the mansion are clues for the combination to a big safe on the second floor. Once you find the right numbers and unlock the safe within the allotted time limit, you fight a fairly difficult boss called Lost Number. After a lengthy back and forth, Vincent finally joins your party.
Yeah.
Number 7, Luigi, Super Mario Galaxy.
You unlock Luigi in Galaxy? I did not know that.
Super Mario Galaxy is one of the very best Nintendo games of the Wii era. It's a unique take on the 3D Mario formula with tons of unlockables and secrets to collect. One of these secrets is the ability to play as the Green Man himself, Luigi. To do so, you'll have to collect all 120 stars in the game and then roll credits once. Then fight Bowser all over again. It seems enough, right? Wrong. There are a ton of challenge levels in the game that feel borderline impossible to beat, like the Dreadnought Galaxy's Purple Coin objective. Good on you if you've unlocked Luigi here. It was quite the struggle for many.
Super Luigi Galaxy!
Number 6, Wolverine, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3.
Wait, how you unlock him? Forgot.
At the time, the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater franchise was the king of weird, out-of-left-field secret characters. We have the classics like Spider-Man and Darth Maul, which were difficult to unlock in their own right, but none of them hold a candle to playing as Wolverine.
You're such a loser!
To unlock Marvel's fan-favorite mutant, you'll have to complete every career goal and get gold in all 3 competitions with at least 2 characters. Quite the feat, honestly. Number 5, Mocap, Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance.
We have to get him in the crib, right?
Almost every fighting game franchise has their fair share of fun and goofy secret characters, and Mortal Kombat is of course no different. 2002's Deadly Alliance has one of these with Mocap, a human character dressed in, you probably guessed it, a motion capture suit. It's great. The best part is that he's part of the overall Mortal Kombat canon, serving as a motion capture artist and stunt guy with ties to Johnny Cage. To unlock him, you have to finish Conquest with every playable character. It may not sound difficult in terms of overall challenge, but it will take forever. Once you do, at the character select screen, highlight Cyrax, then hold down and the confirm button to play as him.
We use a cheat code. I remember now.
Number 4, Tofu, Resident Evil 2.
Oh, I remember this book. Classic. Tofu of all things, dude. What the hell? I remember that.
In both the original Resident Evil 2 and the 2019 remake, Tofu Survivor is a minigame available to players who beat both main scenarios with an A rank or higher and finish the 4th Survivor minigame. Tofu Survivor is clearly a parody of this, where you play as a life-size block of tofu, instead of Super Secret Agent Hunk. Getting an A rank on the main scenarios can be a bit tough if you haven't played before, but finishing the 4th Survivor side scenario isn't all that bad. Once you do all this, you can play as Tofu and other various plant-based characters with unique loadouts and designs, at least in the remake. It's a much harder challenge, as Tofu is only equipped with the combat knife and a couple of green herbs, so yeah, good luck.
Yeah, straight up survival, dude. Don't get eaten.
Number 3, Mr. Game & Watch, Super Smash Bros. Melee.
Oh, what? What was his again? I forgot. How do you unlock him? Mewtwo was 200
Mr. Game & Watch
like
is easily one of the Super Smash Bros. Franchise weirdest and most iconic fighters. For many of us, when we first encountered him back in the day, we had absolutely no idea who he was, and that feeling of mystery and not knowing was one of the best parts of Melee. Unlocking him, however, is pretty tedious and honestly not super fun. While there are a handful of ways to unlock Mr. Game & Watch, they all require excessive grinding. You can either compete in 1,000 versus matches, or complete your choice of Classic, Adventure, All-Star, or Target Test mode with every character in the game. In theory, this doesn't sound too difficult, but it includes the other secret characters. Unlocking Mewtwo and Ganondorf are difficult in their own right, sure, and they're required for Mr. Game & Watch, and that's why he makes this list.
And then if
Number
you lose,
2, Cloud Strife, Final Fantasy Tactics.
You can play as Cloud Strife in Tactics?
Final Fantasy VII's Cloud is easily the face of the franchise. He's the most popular protagonist the series has seen, and has had appearances in a handful of other games. Final Fantasy Tactics on the original PlayStation is one such example, and playing as the former Soldier First Class is pretty tricky. won't get into the nitty gritty as there are a lot of steps here, but after chapter 4, you have to make a series of very specific choices for certain conditions to be met, which will ultimately result in being able to play as Cloud. In battle, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and with the right build, is the best unit in the game.
Damn.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified
I didn't know you
about
could play
our
as
latest
Cloud and
videos.
Tactic. I
You
legit
have
did
the
not know
option
that.
to be notified for occasional
Okay,
videos
sorry, guys.
or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure to go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number 1, The Forgotten, The Binding of Isaac.
Forgotten? Oh, the skeleton character, I remember that.
Unlocking the Forgotten in the Binding of Isaac also requires a handful of steps, but they are fairly tedious and require a lot of skill. Again, we won't delve too deeply into all of the steps here, but the only prerequisite is to have beaten the lamb at once. And trust us when we say the rest of it is one of the most unforgiving challenges in the entirety of the game.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Dealing with everything from timed boss battles, precise inventory management, and, of course, not dying are all things you'll have to focus on to unlock this powerful playable character. Once you do, the Forgotten is a useful character to do runs with due to its unique playstyle and versatility. What do you think of our picks? We know there are countless upon countless unlockable characters to choose from, so let us know some of your favorites in the comments below.
Let's see what. Oh my god. What are like the hard characters that he's not really an unlockable character, but finding Yoshi in Mario 64. I remember that one. I remember that one was very hard to do at one point because they didn't know what to like figure it out and all that. I'm trying to think of like other ones that finding characters maybe on the crypt on Mortal Kombat, but that's just kind of like whatever's. To a point. I did a lot of the legendary Pokemon in general, right? Because you have to figure out the stuff in Pokemon like before the internet kind of thing. You have to find like in guides and all that if you could find it. Yeah, I guess I'll go with a lot of the Pokemon legendary Pokemon because they were pretty hard to get, man. They're pretty hard. Like all the steps you needed to take to get like certain like Deox and like Rayquaza to a certain point. Yeah. But honestly, I do miss it. I do miss that a lot in the video game world, honestly. Ooh. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna like watch all of this, guys, but this is the games you cannot buy anymore. I wonder which.
What happens when a game releases and
you cannot buy, as of right now, Mortal Kombat X and 9, I believe. You cannot buy Marvel vs. Capcom 3 right now. Because think you could buy 2 now and 1 because the collection. I'm trying to think.
then years later it gets unreleased? Or out Anthem, a game that was
Right. Anthem was a big ass fucking failure. Minecraft?
It makes this an interesting case because yes, you can go and play Minecraft on a lot of platforms, but this single game has been plagued with more delistings of versions of the game than I think any other game that's out there. Probably. Okay, so look at this. When Minecraft first released, it was using a game engine built on Java. Now, Java doesn't really translate well into consoles. So early on with the huge success of Minecraft, there was a huge want for Minecraft to be on consoles, obviously. I mean, look at how many copies of Castle Miner Z or Fortress Craft ended up selling back in the day before Minecraft released. So in the earlier days, Mojang ended up hiring on 4J Studios to take the game Minecraft and redesign it and rebuild it from the ground up in C++, which could then be a build of the game that was optimized for various different consoles. That launched a slew of console versions of Minecraft that all had different additions, and while they were smaller in scale and had their own technical limitations, they were Minecraft, and they played well, and they had the same vibe and UI style and mechanics, and over time would evolve to get a lot of the updates that Java players had, and it surprisingly felt pretty good with a controller. So at this point, we have two different versions of Minecraft, the Java edition and the new C++ version of the game, which was used on consoles. Now, just before 4J Studios was working on the console engine, Mojang was working on a C++ version of Minecraft as well for Minecraft Pocket Edition, which exclusively launched on the Xperia Play in 2011 and later would release onto Android phones before rolling out onto a bunch of different mobile devices. And this game was a very early primitive version of Minecraft, but it would receive updates over time and it became explosively popular as Minecraft continued to gain popularity throughout the 2010s. So now we have three different Minecraft engines: the original Java edition, the legacy C++ version made by 4J Studios, and then the C++ version made by Mojang for mobile devices. Are you keeping up? Because it gets really stupid. Somewhere along the way, Mojang and then later Microsoft, after they acquired Mojang, realized, hey, we can just print money if we put Minecraft on literally everything. So they proceeded to put Minecraft on literally everything. Eventually, every single console had a Minecraft version. Xbox 360, PS3, Wii U, all got their own Minecraft versions. Then the Xbox One came out and it got a new Minecraft version that had bigger worlds that you could build in. The PS4 would follow as well, and you could upgrade from your Xbox 360 edition of Minecraft to the Xbox One edition for just $5. Wow. Meanwhile, Minecraft Pocket Edition would see releases on more platforms like Windows phones, Chrome OS, Galaxy phones, Fire OS, like those Fire tablets and stuff that are really, really laggy and play advertisements every time you lock the screen. And then 4J Studios would continue to upgrade Minecraft for consoles, bringing them up to the more modern things that were being added into the main version of Minecraft, the Java build. But with Microsoft acquiring Minecraft for just a little bit of money, Microsoft decided it was in everyone's interest to unify the gameplay across the board and have a uniform experience for everyone playing Minecraft. So they got to work. I guess some executive at Microsoft thought to themselves, hey, what if we made everyone play Pocket Edition no matter what console they're on? So they started working on that. They started building the mobile version, Pocket Edition, to have more features and to be able to run on like Windows. So they rolled out Microsoft Windows 10 Edition, which is so goofy, by the way. Like, Minecraft's already on PC. Why are they going to do another version of Minecraft that doesn't play with the existing version of Minecraft, the Java version, because they wanted to do this other version that does play with mobile phones? And it's very unclear based on the way that they marketed it and sold it. Like, you could get it on the Windows Store, but you couldn't get the Java edition on the Windows Store, so it was confusing. Meanwhile, console stuff was handled by 4J still. They did a Nintendo Switch version of the game, and this is where things get even goofier, because when Microsoft was ready to pull the trigger and force all console owners to switch over to the mobile version of Minecraft, Pocket Edition, then being renamed to Bedrock, there was a mass delisting of a bunch of Minecraft versions to force players to download the new version of Minecraft, or all new players would have to buy the new version of Minecraft that was Pocket Edition, renamed Bedrock. So did you have the Xbox One version of Minecraft? Cool, but now you need to get Minecraft, because eventually Bedrock got dropped and it just got renamed to just Minecraft. So you had Minecraft Xbox One Edition and Minecraft. You can have both of them on your Xbox at the same time. And actually, if you had an Xbox One, you could have the 360 version on there too. All on the same console, which is confusing. But from the store perspective, all of these other versions of Minecraft got delisted, with the exception of the PlayStation 4 version, which would stay on the store because Sony was being weird with crossplay for a while. They would eventually straighten it out, which is fine. Ended up getting maybe.
Okay, it's an hour-long video. That's why I'm kind of skipping around. Transformers Cybertron trilogy. That's gone.
This wasn't something that game publishers really thought too much about.
What?
Like, with the rise of digital game sales, what happens when a license expires? But as you'll see in this video, Activision's one of the worst offenders of some of these deals that they made. Like, for instance, the way the entire Transformers video game trilogy made by High Moon Studios.
Bro, Fallout Cybertron is one of the greatest, like, I've seen and heard, is one of the greatest games ever made. I never had a chance to play it.
Ended up. So starting in 2010, Transformers War for Cybertron released, which was a third-person shooter game made by High Moon Studios and published by Activision. I think for the most part, people who liked Transformers were probably pretty positive towards at least the first two games. They did have some high scores. The third one, not so much. But the game must have sold really well because Hasbro, who owned the rights, obviously, to Transformers, actually had made a statement that the first game, War for Cybertron, was the most highly rated critical success of any game that has had the Hasbro brand yet, and they were looking forward to the sequel that would come out in 2012. But now in present day, if you wanted to play these games and buy them online without getting like a physical copy and an Xbox 360 or PS3 all set up and going through all those hoops, you can't. You see, back in December of 2017, Hasbro's licensing deal with Activision expired. As a result, digital storefronts like Steam, PlayStation Store, and Xbox Store removed the games because Activision no longer had the legal permission to sell them. This is going to be something recurring that you see often here in this video. This one's a little interesting. There were a lot of rumors circulating around after the delisting that Activision somehow lost the...
This is what it sucks about old games, guys. When it comes to rights, it's all over the place. If there's a character that multiple company owns the rights to, or is just all over the place, that game would never come out. Right? For example, there's a lot of like a lot of people are asking like certain games to come out like to be like remade or remastered and stuff like that. Yeah, that's if they could find who owned the rights to that character, who owned rights to the licensing, especially if it has music in it. You have to take that out because if you don't want to put that much money into it to buy the licensing. Oh my god, it gets so much into it, guys. That's why like Marvel vs. Capcom, guys, was it crazy? It was a crazy collection, especially to come out right now because you didn't even know how they even did it because with the licensing issue, with the copyrights characters and all that kind of stuff, is like in so many ways it's almost all over the place. That's why people want Capcom versus Teki. No, I forgot the name of it. Texinokyo, what it's called. It came out on the Wii, or was it Wii U or Wii? I think it was Wii. Yeah, that I don't know like how that game is gonna come out because there's so many licensing issues right now. So yeah, so that's the big problem with the older games at this point because like when licenses are gone, they're gone.
Source code to the game, which meant a re-release in the future could never possibly happen. But I think that ended up getting debunked mostly. But if we were to ever see these games somehow playable, there would have to be a new deal struck between Hasbro and Activision. And I don't know if Activision has enough incentive to want to do that. Maybe with Microsoft being involved. Nah, they're dumb. They're not going to do it. So besides Transformers, there's also Wolfenstein, the 2009 release. Luke's going to talk about this one.
Oh, really?
So, Luke, take it away.
We talked about Wolfenstein 2009 recently in our like forgotten Xbox 360 era games, and I just want to say again that this was an interesting game and I very much enjoyed it back in the day. It was developed by Raven Software and published by Activision and released on PC, PS3 and Xbox 360. This was actually banned in Germany, so I still somehow managed to get a copy on it, and it was a very wild game for me to play at the time actually. Nonetheless, shortly before the game was released, ZeniMax, the parent company of Bethesda, bought the rights to Wolfenstein as a franchise, like the full IP. Obviously, Wolfenstein 2009 at that point was already done and developed, and they were gonna let the game release and be available for a while since they're, I guess, still making money of it since they now own the IP. But right after they bought the rights, they also put Machine Games on track to make a new Wolfenstein game that would eventually become a reboot with the New Order, which eventually was ready for May 2014 release. And with that, they probably choose to delist Wolfenstein 2009 to avoid confusion with their reboot timeline. So on May 5th of 2014, the game was delisted everywhere, which is just 2 weeks before New Order came out, and it's not been available ever since. I mean, you can still play the disc version, but you cannot buy it anymore. It's actually a very hard game to play. Now, I was looking at the Steam charts of this for some reason, and I saw there was like new pictures added like this year, and some trailers replaced. I'm like, huh? What's going on? So I don't know. Are they trying to gear up for a relisting? Did I miss something? But I couldn't find any official announcement, just people speculating about the same thing, I guess, that I found on the Steam page. But ZeniMax and Activision are both owned by Xbox now, so I guess now would be the time to relist. So I guess fingers crossed.
Here's another game that was just a few years after Wolfenstein, Deadpool. There was a 2013 Deadpool game developed by, once again, Hyman Studios, who did the Transformers game trilogy, and once again published by Activision. But this time around, this deal was between Activision and Marvel, and once again, it was a
yeah, I believe Activision made a lot of Marvel games around this time. Yeah, it was Spider-Man. Did they do that fighting game or no? I don't think they did. Because I think they also did that what's it called? What's the Avengers game? The Marvel Avengers game, guys? Ultimate Alliance. I believe Activision published that, right? Let's check real quick. Ultimate Alliance. Let me see who published it. Yeah, it was published by Activision, pretty much. Yeah, it's a really fun, really fun game in general, and it's like, yeah, I think that game is delisted now too. like the both games.
Timed distribution deal,
all,
which meant that eventually it would expire and the game would have to be removed from all storefronts. So ultimately, the licensing deal expired, and Deadpool, alongside a bunch of other Marvel games that you can see on your screen here, we're not going to talk about every single one that got delisted, because a lot did, ended up getting delisted. But Deadpool was like kind of a popular character, and this ended up becoming a really sought after game after the game was delisted, and prices for the game kind of shot up on platforms like eBay and Amazon and whatnot. But then there was some other stuff going on because there was a Deadpool movie coming out, and Activision was like, yo, we can just bank off of this with that game that we made, but we have to make another deal. So they ended up getting a re-license from Marvel to remaster the game for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Steam, and they re-released it digitally. But even in that deal to get the rights to the Deadpool game again to distribute, they didn't do a long-term deal. So the re-release was actually a temporary deal, so the game ended up getting delisted a few years later in 2017. Again, due to the same issues, because the licensing was set to expire again, and they just did these really short-term deals. So for this Deadpool game, as of now, there's no legal way to buy the game digitally on any major storefront. The only reliable way to play the game is with a physical disc, like a secondhand game or whatever, in the legal sense. Now, it doesn't mean these games are gone forever, though, because in 2024, about a year ago, there was some interesting stuff that like the community was talking about. Weirdly enough, Activision rolled out various Steam updates, Deadpool and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, and those Transformer games we talked about earlier were all updated with the change list, just saying that there was a store screenshot added. Could this mean that behind the scenes, Activision is thinking about getting these games relicensed and available on...
You know what they could do? They could do a collection. They're probably thinking about doing a collection. A Marvel collection, a Transformers collection. Because, you know, like a lot of these collections are coming out recently, especially because of Capcom. I would not be surprised if they'd be like, hey guys, this is a Marvel collection right here. You got the Ultimate Alliance bundle. You have the Spider-Man bundle, right? And then maybe Deadpool will be added into one of those collections. And then you could also have, here's the Transformers bundle, etc. I mean, that'd be cool.
Digital marketplaces again? I don't know. It is a weird thing, but like sometimes this stuff just happens and it might not mean anything. I mean, Microsoft has done this before. They've gone pretty far with working on games that they didn't have the license to. Like they did an entire remaster of GoldenEye back in the day for the Xbox Live Arcade, and then they realized they wouldn't be able to secure the rights, so the game just got canceled, and then that later got leaked. So like, this is the same company at this point, so I don't know if this is indicative of the game being re-released. It's just an interesting nuanced thing that happened. Y'all remember Flappy Bird? This was an interesting one. This was just a mobile game that came out, and it took the world by storm in 2014. It was a simple game. You tap the screen, you make the bird go, and you try not to die, and you get real angry when you die. And this was like a viral thing. I mean, there were videos of people raging at Flappy Bird. Like, everybody was playing it, and the single developer who worked on the game, Dong Nguyen, a Vietnamese game developer, got really stressed out with how popular and famous the game ended up getting pretty much immediately. And he was upset with how addicted people were getting to his game. Now, it's rumored that the game is making like $10,000 a day, and then other sources were like, yo, he's getting way too stressed out that he's making too much money. I don't think that that necessarily was the case. I think just the popularity of the game, the spotlight being on him, probably was the more overwhelming thing, not necessarily the 10K a day. Nonetheless, Dong Nguyen, going through it, famously posted saying that he thinks that the game had become a problem, so to solve the problem, he just delisted his own game. Oh, wait, it was $50,000 a day that he was making? Why did he take the game down? That's so much money. Okay, well, sorry, I said it wrong in the video. I just want to leave the revelation in instead of just editing it out and re-recording the lines. $50,000 a day. I guess when you make that much money, it could get stressful if you have the spotlight on you. I don't know. I've never made that much money in a day before. Nonetheless, the game became undownloadable on iOS and Android in February of 2014. But phones that had the game installed could still play them. And then people started selling their phones on eBay, trying to sell them for thousands of dollars. If they had Flappy Bird on it, eBay ended up delisting some of those listings. So that's like a double delisting there. And after Flappy Bird released, Nguyen did say that one day he would consider putting the game back on the marketplace, but he never ended up doing it. He just kind of released some other games that he had worked on. One of them being a sequel to Flappy Bird called Flappy Bird's Family. This one was released around the same time that the first one was delisted. So I think it was probably in the works before, and then it released exclusively on Amazon Fire TV. He probably just delisted his games from everything, and then, I don't know, maybe forgot about Amazon Fire TV, or I don't know, like who cares on Amazon Fire TV? He probably wasn't sweating it.
What if I told you there was a game, there was a prequel to John Wick, and actually showed you what his life was like when he still worked for the Tarasov mob as Baba Yaga? But what if I told you the game looked like this? Yeah. This is John Wick Hex, and it takes place before the movies, and it's like a tactical RPG chess type game, and not a shooter, which I think would make the most sense for a John Wick game, but I guess I'm not Bithell Games who made this. The plot evolves around some random mission that they made up that John Wick goes on, and not like that last mission that he did before he retired, which would actually be the interesting thing. Also, there's no dog companion because he hasn't met his wife yet, so there's also no dog. They did get the real actors of Winston and Sharon to do the voices for the game, and I guess you also learn some more about those characters, but I don't know if that makes this game better. I mean, this is not what anyone expected from a John Wick game, I think, and the ratings for this were pretty low. The game was originally released on Mac and Windows in 2019, and then PS4, Switch, and Xbox One in 2020. Originally, it was published by Good Shepherd Entertainment, but earlier this year, the publishing rights switched to Big Fan Games, which is like a sister company to the original publisher. But then on July 17, 2025, the game was delisted everywhere and cannot be purchased anymore. They didn't give an official reason for the removal, but it's very likely that they lost the rights to the John Wick IP and didn't renew it. Probably because the game sucked anyways and nobody wanted to play it. Maybe one day we could get an actual John Wick game, like a proper one that's in the style of like Doom or Wolfenstein. I don't know, that could be cool.
Tony Hawk's actually a really interesting game series. After the game like maybe oversaturated its own market with yearly releases, even if the games were good, I think Tony Hawk popularity was declining. Then they did some like weird ride mechanic games. What was this? So after a little bit of a break with that, Activision was like, hey, let's try something else with Tony Hawk. Let's do a remake that's not really a remake, but it's like a arcade type game. Thus, Tony Hawk Pro Skater HD released, which isn't the same thing as the 2020 remake. This was a remake before the remake, but wasn't really a remake. It just had maps from the first two Tony Hawk games, not all of them, just some of them. It's just a little bit of a weird one. I don't know. This game wasn't as fulfilling as a regular Tony Hawk game. It seemed like some things were watered down. Then on top of that, some of the mechanics maybe weren't as fluid. And then to make matters worse, things like split screen were cut from the game, which was a big part of the original Tony Hawk game. There wasn't a park creator, which was in the original. And then the soundtrack wasn't even the full soundtracks from the original two games. It was like half songs from the old games, half new songs. Something that they would continue to do with the remakes in Tony Hawk 1 and 2, and later on Tony Hawk 3 and 4. I don't know why they do this. They should just kind of dish out the extra money and pay for the expensive songs. I'm sorry, I'm saying it. It's Activision. What's their worth? Let's look at this. This is how much the company is worth. They can afford to license some more expensive songs. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say it. This game bombed mostly across Metacritic reviews, 66 out of 100. Not the best. I actually picked this one up back in the day. I think I still have it tied to my Xbox account. If I load up my 360, I can play it. But outside of that, the game officially was delisted in 2017. There was a PC release of this game, and that also ended up getting delisted as well. I think there was a PS3 version that came out a little bit after the 360 went out, and that also is delisted. So it seems like the main reason this got delisted was because of a licensing issues with songs, something that's a recurring theme in this video, and it happened again here. Now, Luke, I know we aren't really the most active.
Because that's the biggest problem with a lot of retro games, guys. A lot of retro games had a lot of like these commercial music, like Crazy Taxi. That game is a nightmare to release at this point. That's why they're just making a new one, right? That's why that's why we haven't seen Crazy Taxi in a very long time, because of the music. Because they probably could take out the music, but it's like the music is a big part of that journey of the gameplay of Crazy Taxi. So that's why with the new one they're working on, I really hope to get some really good music, because it is a big part of the experience. Honestly, I'm like, it is a big part of the experience. What game is this one? Call of Duty ISOs. Let's see. Oh my god! I actually own this game. Yeah, this game sucked ass, dude.
90s beat 'em up game, also called Turtles in Time, that was released on the Xbox 360,
the
through the Xbox
resale
Live
one
Arcade,
sucked.
and
That it was
PlayStation
the
3 with the
3D
PlayStation Network.
version
The
of the
remake
Turtles in
here
Time
featured re-rendered
this
3D
one,
graphics, updated
it was
audio,
not that
and it was
great.
available digitally for
It was,
a
like,
grand
slow and all
old
that.
like 2 years before it got delisted due to an expired license, because Ubisoft had just acquired the rights to TMNT, and I guess they only decided to do it for 2 years for a game that they were only going to release digitally, which is really weird to me, but I guess back then digital sales weren't as commonplace. Weird though, right? Another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, TMNT Out of Shadows, first released in 2013.
Yeah,
it was like a hack and slash action adventure game where you could play as the turtles, but in 2017 it was delisted due to Activision's license to publish TMNT games expiring once again. Activision just, just going at it. I don't know. There's also Amazing Spider-Man games released. Not a lot of people talk about the Amazing Spider-Man games that came out around the time as the Andrew Garfield movies, but from what I understand, they were actually really kind of okay. They're developed by Beanox, and mind you, I think it's interesting. Beanox, the Activision developer, and High Moon, who did the Transformer games we talked about earlier, and Deadpool, and all had their games delisted, now are like the big support studios for Call of Duty. There's so many support studios for Call of Duty. So both of these games were published under Activision with a license through Marvel. However, once again, Activision lost legal rights to continue selling the game, so the games got delisted in 2017.
Another company that did try to hop on with like some digital releases during the Xbox 360 arcade era was Sega. Sega actually tried to port some of their titles from franchises of classic arcade games to the PS3 and Xbox 360, and they were all like $10 each. They were like mostly older games with some enhancements. Like for example, in 2009 they released Outrun Online Arcade, which was an enhanced version of Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, and it featured a bunch of tracks and newly licensed Ferrari cars. It was released on Xbox 360 arcade in 2009 and only came to PS3 in Europe. And this is speculation by me, but
right, the card games, the old card games, guys, they're very hard to get to re-release those games because if you guys don't know, here's the fun fact. So back in the day, like Forza and like those a lot of the other card games, back in the day, a lot of car companies that didn't ask for much to use their cars in their games because it was just great publicity. It was like, oh, you're more than welcome to to use the designs. It's all good, etc. But when they realized how much money they were making off the games, like the card games, they were like, bro, we need to ask way more money. So for them to re-release the old card games, the racing games, all that kind of stuff, they're gonna be asking for a buttload of money. That's why like Forza games and all that, they have to spend a lot of money on the licensing for the certain cars and stuff. It is crazy, dude. But yeah, back in the day, they didn't think it was a big deal because it was the gaming industry. It was new or somewhat new, but it was like, oh, it was like they weren't gonna make as much money, or they thought they weren't. But once they realized they did, they're like, oh yeah, we need to charge a lot more for our licensing. So that's why that's why you don't really see a lot of Need for Speed games coming out to a certain extent, right? Because they do use some of the cars, but yeah, that's why you ain't gonna see a lot of them. Yeah, you just pretty much not gonna see a lot of like the old school retro games, especially if they use certain like card brands and stuff. You ain't gonna see them for a very long time, or maybe never. That's why those games will never be remade. I don't think they will ever be released, like Need for Speed and all that kind of stuff.
I think the licensing with Ferrari, who are known to be very protective of their brand, must have been very restrictive and very short term. And that is the reason why it, first of all, only came out in Europe on the PS3, and second, why the game was delisted on PS3 just 1 year after its release. The Xbox 360 version did get 1 more year, but was also delisted in 2011. Then they also released Afterburner Climax, which is another Sega franchise that dates all the way back to the arcade days. And Afterburner Climax initially was a 2006 arcade release for the franchise, but they later released it to Xbox Live and the PlayStation 3 store in 2010 and iOS and Android in 2013. In 2014, though, the the Xbox and PlayStation versions were pulled from the store, and the mobile versions were removed in 2015 as well. And once again, it seems like they licensed some real-life stuff, like the aircrafts and stuff, and the license ran out and they had to pull it. The next one is actually kind of a mystery why it got pulled. But Daytona USA released as an enhanced version on the 360 and PS3, and they even added new features like multiplayer support with up to 8 players. They added new songs and new modes to the game, and it was a pretty good version. Like, people consider this to be the best version of the game. And the 360 version was even made backwards compatible later on with Xbox One at some point, which then also meant you could play it on Series X and Series S as well when that came out. But randomly in 2023, specifically just the Xbox version was pulled, and allegedly you can still buy it on PS3, though I couldn't fully confirm that. But I didn't find anyone else denying it. I just found people claiming that you can still play it. So if it's still available on PlayStation 3 for sale, it is really weird that they would just pull it from one platform, because that doesn't seem like it would be a licensing issue, right?
They must have forgot
if they can
about it.
still sell it on a different platform. No idea what happened with the Xbox version, and no idea. I mean, if both versions are pulled, then it's probably licensed. But if it's just the Xbox version that got pulled, then I would say it's a pretty big mystery on why just this version.
Now, there are a few other less notable examples of games that have been delisted. We can mention them briefly, like everything on Nintendo, like the 3DS and Wii U that were digital only published through them. All of that's delisted because the eShops closed down. Also, Sonic the Hedgehog used to have some of its games posted where you could buy them digitally, and those got delisted. So certain games that you would think you would be able to just buy digitally easily, like Sonic 2006, you can't, because I guess they decided all of a sudden, we're going to have a threshold as to how bad a game can get before we keep selling it. They're not going to imply that threshold when the game comes out, but a couple of years later, they'll only just sell the best of the best. I wish I could just play Sonic 06 on my Xbox Series. That'd be a lot nicer than having to boot up on the 360. Why am I doing this to myself?
The Simpsons had a popular beat-em-up arcade game in the early 90s, which was later ported to MS-DOS and Commodore 64. It was one of those 4-player arcade cabinets, 4 joysticks, and everyone has their own buttons and stuff. And those 2 ports that I just mentioned were the only versions that you ever got to play this game at home. But almost 20 years later, it was announced that this game would be coming to Xbox 360 Arcade and PlayStation 3 Digital.
You know what's crazy? There was a loophole where you could get a lot of these arcade games, because arcade games are very hard to get released. Arcade 1UP was able to release a lot of these arcade games, a lot of these licensings a lot easier, because they're considered as toys and not games. And toys are a lot easier to get licensing for some reason. But if it's released as a game, it's a lot harder. But that's the reason why a lot of arcade 1UPs were able to release a lot of these old games with ease to a certain point. And you know what's crazy? Arcade 1UP is officially shutting down, I believe, too. It's crazy. Yeah, the company is no longer really sought out there. I think because they got everything they needed at that to a point already. I think also it's it's just too big. The machines are way too big. I own one, the Mars Capcom one, but yeah, nobody's really buying arcade 1UPs anymore. To a certain point, they are trying to build a different kind of branding right now, like they did in arcade claw machine with SpongeBob, which I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, it's still they're trying to do other things now, like the newest arrivals, so with the claw machines and stuff, which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, they got a photo booth too as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was an interesting project. It was good for years, but yeah, they no longer have a lot of these licenses no more. Some of the arcade Mars Capcom stuff and that I know. And I don't know what Infinity Gaming is, pretty much. I don't know what that is. It's a lot of weird tablet games or something. I don't know. Anyways.
It was kind of cool for this to come back after such a long time. And this re-release also had some minor bonus content that they added that you could view in-game, like character art, original manuals, and advertisements from different countries like Japan. But in December 2013, the game was delisted randomly without any announcement or reason given. And on Xbox, it had just been on sale for 50%, a few days before this delisting. So people were confused, and I mean, what probably happened is that the license from Fox expired, and they must have had a really short licensing agreement because it released at the beginning of 2012 and got delisted at the end of 2013, and it's just like less than 2 years, which seems super short. I have 2 Nintendo Switch versions of games, but they are kind of like live service games, so they break our little rule about not mentioning live service games too much, right? But we haven't talked about them before, so I think I can go here. And the first one is Vigor. You remember when we played Vigor on the Xbox?
Wait, it's gone?
Well, just a Nintendo Switch version.
Wait, there was a Nintendo Switch version?
This was the closest thing you could get to playing Tarkov on console, I guess. And we played it a little bit. It was something. It was okay. Not too bad. And then eventually a Switch version came out in 2020. And they got a good amount of support for a few years. And there was multiple seasons and updates. And it was, of course, free to play like the other platforms. But at the end of 2024, it was announced that they would no longer support the Switch version starting sometime next year. And reasons for this were mostly like the technical limitations of the Switch, and they just wanted to put development time into other things, I guess. So with season 21, they started giving Switch players like a bunch of free stuff like double XP, etc., etc. And they repeated that with season 22. But after season 23, the game was completely inaccessible to players that had it installed, and it was also removed from the eShop, and it cannot be re-downloaded either. But there's another Switch version of a game that we've played before that I found, and that is Payday 2.
You can't buy it?
No, you can't buy it anymore. So the Nintendo Switch version of Payday 2 was also delisted just last year, and they released that in 2018 for the Switch, which after I looked into it a little bit, it was 5 years after the PC release and 3 years after the other console releases, which I mean makes sense since the Switch came out in 2017. What does not make much sense is that the Switch launch version was based on the 2016 PC version. So they released a 2016 version of the game for Nintendo Switch in 2018, which meant there was like a ton of features, content, optimization, and stuff like that missing. And in 2019, they did drop update support for the Nintendo Switch, saying that it takes too much time to bring new updates over to the Switch. And they didn't make that port, they had it outsourced, so like they didn't really know what it was doing, I guess.
I think I remember looking into Payday 2 on Switch because I wanted a game to play on the Switch. Because early on, it felt like there weren't that many games on the Nintendo Switch. And Payday 2 didn't have like voice chat. And I feel like it's a game that you kind of need to communicate when you're playing like with friends. And there was some weird stuff with the online too. I don't remember all the details, but I just remember thinking, wow, this is kind of a useless version of a game. Why would I ever play this?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was a pretty bad version. And like they dropped support in 2019, but they only delisted it in 2024. So they still would sell like this broken, very bad version for like years until they finally pulled it.
Dang, I feel bad. If you purchased Payday 2 on Nintendo Switch, please leave a comment letting us know what your experience was like and how great it was. What's gonna
This is like this is the reason why it's a big problem with these digital games, man. This is why people need physical copy games, bro. Not fucking even like physical key cards with freaking Nintendo, because at the end of the day, they could take away any of these digital games out of nowhere from your PC or wherever you download at this point, where you can no longer have access to a. Like if you don't have it downloaded on your PC or whatever, yeah, if they delist it, you can never download it ever again. That's what I hate about digital gaming, dude. That's why I'm so happy they do. They still do. What do you call it? Oh, here we go. All right, so right here, he's gonna be talking about Forza, and the reason why is because the licensing issues with the cards, and they're like, yeah.
Bring up Driver San Francisco that it got delisted because of the car licensing, because Forza is another series that constantly has games delisted because of this. And I counted between Forza Horizon and Forza Motorsport, there have been 13 games in total.
13?
Yeah, they've made 13 games since 2005 between Motorsport and Horizon.
How many have been delisted?
11 out of 13.
11?
Yes. They all got roughly delisted 3 to 5 years after their releases, and it's for the same reason as Driver San Francisco. You know, music license and real world car licenses that expired. Obviously, if you bought the disc back in the day, you can still play it, but you can't buy it anymore. The only ones you can buy right now is Forza Horizon 5 and that Motorsport reboot from 2023. That's all. 11 out of 13 games just gone. There's actually one thing that came up in 2022, and Xbox accidentally relisted Forza Horizon 1 for a very short time, and they pulled it very quickly, but it was for sale. Like, again, I don't actually know if people who bought it did get to keep the copy because, I mean, technically it's illegal for them to sell with the license expiring and stuff.
That's really interesting, though, because I'm now thinking of other games like Madden. I do realize that they delist their games after a few years. At first, I thought it was just because of like the game just being outdated and they just want to not clutter the store. But I bet you it has something to do with music licensing, right?
Yeah, that too, and like the player license. And I was actually looking into that, and I was going to bring that up later. But I looked at like WWE games, and you know, they have like a huge amount of games. And I looked at WWE 2K23, and it came out in March of 2023, and it got delisted in November of 2024, which is like 20 months after its release. And I was like, damn, that seems very short. But then, like, I looked into Madden and FIFA, and I realized the 23 versions of all of them aren't available anymore digitally. You know what I mean? They took them all down, and I just never realized how quickly that is. But yeah, it's probably music and maybe the player. But I feel like even back in the day, the digital versions used to be up for way longer. I don't know, at least like a couple years, not like 20 months.
Yeah, now I'm starting to wonder, like, is this like licenses exist out there where a company can buy the rights to the song and keep the game listed for a long time, right? Like, I feel like this is something that's not universally applied to every video game that uses licensed music, right? But I just can't think of examples of games, like older games that...
Well, it's kind of like, what's the point of keeping the licensings for like wrestling stuff? Because like, we're just going to release another wrestling game within a year. So why are we going to pay? We're going to put so much money into a game that's gonna die within a year. That's literally the whole point. That's like that's the whole reason why in today's era of FIFA, Madden, wrestling, NBA, all this kind of stuff, they don't have a lot of support for a very long time. Because why would they do that if they're just gonna release a new game within the next year? So like, yeah, like why do we want to pay a lot of money on these licenses? Like that makes zero sense. And it sucks,
haven't had to deal with music licensing expiring. I'm trying to think of like long games that haven't had to be delisted that used licensed music.
Saints Row 2?
Yeah, you could still buy Saints Row 2, can't you? So they must have bought the license or like had a deal with where they could use the license for that game specifically as it is, because you can still buy Saints Row 2 on like Steam and stuff, right?
Yeah, I just double checked too. Yeah, you definitely can. So they definitely must have had a better licensing agreement than all these other companies. Maybe it's cheaper if you don't go for the long license.
I mean, obviously, that's what I think it is. That's my theory, is that they just want to cut corners, save money, and they don't care about like longevity on a lot of these games. So they just do the limited time license. I am curious with Activision's track record of this. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War used a ton of licensed music, like in the menus and in the game. I wonder if that game ends up getting a version where the music gets patched out when the license expires, if they're on a limited time, or if they paid the extra buck for it. Now, similarly to the issue we saw with Driver San Francisco and Forza, the same thing can be said for other video game series as well. I think the same things ended up happening with the entire PGR series. They all ended up getting delisted over the years. And that's crazy because that was like a big selling title that Microsoft had. Like it was Gran Turismo on PlayStation, Microsoft had PGR, and then they had Forza and they were like, yeah, forget it. But it's not like they treated licensing any different because look at what happened with Forza. And then also, I think some of the Need for Speed games have also dealt with this same exact issue over the years. It happens a lot. We don't need to go into every single one. There's other racing and car related games I think that also maybe had this. We should look into Midnight Club. We've never talked about Midnight Club on this channel. I don't think we've ever said those two words together. Really popular game. Never got a chance to play it as a kid. I had a friend though who was really obsessed with Midnight Club 3. Is that the best one? Is that the one that everyone's like hard about or excited about?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure. They're made by Rockstar, right? That's all I really know.
I did play Midnight Club, but I was more of a Need for Speed fan. That's where I was more a fan of compared to any other game. I kind of miss playing those games, honestly.
Maybe. Man, we are so knowledgeable, dude.
We do these like dead franchises from like 16 years ago.
People will be shocked that we didn't play. The people are still mad I haven't played BioShock yet.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that BioShock is infinitely better than Midnight Club 3.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Midnight Club 3 is the one that people are like really hyped about. Dude, Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition. Is that like dubstep?
No, it's like Dub Magazine.
What's Dub Magazine? Is it a magazine about cars?
Yeah, like custom cars, like a Pimp My Ride type.
Makes sense. Did it get delisted? I guess I never checked to see if it was delisted. I'm just assuming it got delisted.
Yeah, it got delisted.
It is the first game in the series to feature licensed vehicles. Okay, well, that makes sense why the game got delisted. I mean, I guess if Midnight Club 3 had a dub edition where they partnered with a magazine, there is a chance that that license could have also expired, even if they didn't have real vehicles in the game. Dude, look at this. We're so good at understanding why these games are getting delisted that we're finding delisted games that we didn't find originally just by assuming based on the content of the game. That's interesting. Or at least I'm amused by it.
Professional delisting experts.
Some company should hire us.
To delist their games? Or oh, I know what I'm doing. I have a long list of games I'm going to delist.
What's the first one you're going to delist?
Rainbow Six Siege.
Dude, I don't know why I just knew you were going to say that.
Hate that game.
But you love it too.
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
But I'd be okay if it got delisted also. I love the game when I like it. But I mean, I think it's a net negative for the world. Or what I was saying was, the thing is, like, what type of jobs do people who are like history majors in college get? Like, there's got to be a job for them, right? Like, why would you study history and, you know, get a degree in it? If you're not going to go like get a job.
Oh my god. Let's see. Battlestar Galactica. Those whatever's. Alan Wake, which the original one got delisted, I believe. Scott Pilgrim, yeah. I mean, they just remade it, so they got the relicenses for that one. DuckTales Remastered, yeah. I mean, they re-released it, I believe, but as a bundle. And then PT Silent Hill, yeah, we're never gonna see that ever again. The Legend of Korra, yeah, I'm not surprised that game's got delisted. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, I mean, a lot more games are getting delisted quickly because yeah, a lot of companies do not want to pay a lot of money for these licenses, license. That's why also that's why you don't hear a lot of third party music as much no more compared to how you did it back in the day. The fact you can't purchase nearly every Frozen game is crazy to me, even with the car and music licensing. It's because how piracy is preserved in most games currently. Yeah, piracy is like the only way we could actually play a lot of these old games. And honestly, piracy is gonna be growing more every single year again, guys, because of everything that's been going on with like the subscription stuff, and the like not be able to get like access to a lot of these games. So yeah, piracy, it will be growing, guys. It will be growing. Okay. Like it will be growing, like with movies, games, everything. It will be growing a lot more, and it will be the fault of the companies pretty much. It's because like, bro, you want to like keep asking for more money, but you have little to offer in so many ways because there's so like, bro, it's crazy to me like people can't even watch a basketball game without subscribing to like 10 places of your specific team. That is crazy to me, dude. You know, like it is crazy to me how like, you can't figure out what like, okay, I want to see this team only games. You can't find a way to license in that or subscribe to that kind of thing. Like that makes zero sense to me. Like, oh yeah, hey, I want to check out. I want to see all Laker games. Oh, okay, you gotta subscribe to this. You gotta subscribe to that. Like it's so. Oh my god, it's annoying. It really is. All right, guys, this will be the final video because it will be the as well. We're gonna continue the console stuff. It's the hunt for the lost communist console. Yeah, did you guys know there's a communist console? I didn't know either. I wonder what kind of games they have in this.
This is one of the rarest video game consoles on the planet.
Like,
only about 1,000 units were ever made.
1,000 units?
In a country that doesn't exist.
The hunt for the lost communist console. I like, bro, what kind of games would they're making at around this time, dude? Oh shit. Oh guys, my internet's gonna get cut off. I knew I forgot something. Sorry, guys. My internet is about to get cut off right now. At any point, at any time. Hold up. Holy shit, bro. Because I just got an alert right now that was like, oh, your auto thing did not go in. The reason why is because I closed my old account from my bank account and I got a new one. And I'm like, oh shit. So I gotta update that. Settings. Hold on, guys. Sorry about this, guys. Edit. No. Hold up. How do I add a new one? Oh, there you go. Add. Yeah, I had to do the bank account because I don't have a card right now. Sorry, guys. I meant to do this on stream, but you know, I could lose my internet at any point, anytime. So like, hold on, guys. I knew I forgot something like an idiot. Let's see. All right. Okay. And then get through this. Right, there we go. All right, cool. Hold up, guys. I don't want my internet to be cut off, guys. There you go. Cool. And then we're gonna change the edit this. There. And then save. What? Huh? Hold on, guys. Why can I update my payment method? An error? There was an error? Why is there an error? All right, sorry. We go back to the video now. Sorry.
Anymore. It's the first and only console ever produced by the former East German communist state, the GDR. Its name is the Bildschirmspiel 01, or the BSS-1. We wanted to know everything about it. Who invented it? Why was it built? What does it tell us about communist tech ambitions? And maybe the most important question, what does it feel like to actually play it? The BSS-1 is more than a quirky piece of legacy hardware. It tells a story about a secret war being fought in living rooms around the world, even today. This is the hunt for the lost communist console.
Hey, this is Jonas. You might recognize my voice. I'm the guy with the accent and one of the founders of Fern.
It's not working.
The guy you heard in the intro just now is Don. He's one of our writers, a native speaker and blessed with a much smoother voice than mine. Going forward, he'll narrate some of our content, to let me focus more on editorial work. Action Park was his first video in case you missed that one. You'll still hear me and Hook, of course. We're just mixing it up a bit. So please give Don a shot. He's really good.
Thanks, Jonas. When we first heard about this mysterious console, we knew immediately we needed to get our hands on one, so we went online. The BSS-1 is extremely rare. Of the roughly 1,000 units originally produced, only a fraction seem to still exist. They came in different colors. Most models are solid black with yellow or orange buttons. The white version is much harder to find. And the rarest of them all is the white one with white controllers. We found that exact variant on eBay. Even though it's more than 45 years old, it looks almost brand new. Collectors say only about 15 of these are left worldwide. We buy it and a few days later, the BSS-1 is finally delivered. But not to us.
In this box, there's a very, very special console, a gaming console, made in the GDR, in the German Democratic Republic. And we just bought it for €900, and we want to unbox it and see.
Honestly, €900 is not that bad, guys.
This is Daniel Budemann. He's been one of the defining faces of German gaming culture for nearly 2 decades. He hosted legendary video game shows on MTV Germany and later on YouTube. We met with him in Hamburg to put this historic console through its paces.
Here we are. So this is it. This is the RFT TV Spiel, or the Bildschirmspiel 01. The one and only gaming console made in the GDR, which is weird, isn't it?
The BSS-1 is about 30 centimeters wide and weighs roughly 1.5 kilos. It comes with 2 controllers. There's a number behind one of them.
If you take a look, this is a small stamp with the number 710.
Every single unit has its own unique serial number. Online, there's a list tracking all of the surviving devices, or all the known ones anyway.
Wow.
Ours doesn't seem to be on it, which suggests it might be a rare find. This red button is the power switch. Below it is a row of yellow buttons. These let you select the different games. There are 4 in total: pelota, squash, football, and tennis. The black buttons here on the left let you adjust various in-game settings. Even though East Germany developed its own computers and microelectronics, it made only a single attempt at building a video game console. The country had a very particular relationship with technology. It was largely cut off from the West, and sourcing modern tech was often difficult, if not impossible. That raises the real questions. Why video games? Who pushed this project forward? And what were they actually trying to achieve?
Propaganda?
It's the 1970s. Germany is divided by a political and very physical border called the Iron Curtain. In the West, there's the Democratic Federal Republic. In the East is the authoritarian GDR, a proxy state of the Soviet Union. In the Western world, technological progress is speeding ahead full throttle. Part of this trend is the emerging video game industry. In 1972, the first commercially available home console in video game history hits the US market. It's called the Magnavox Odyssey.
The electronic game of the future. Odyssey can be many things to your family. Fun, excitement, entertainment, challenge, and education.
The console can, well, it can't do much. It's basically just a few glowing squares drifting across the screen.
Oh yeah, Pong.
The system ships with 12 pre-installed games that turn your TV into a soccer field or a hockey rink. At first, you have to attach colored plastic sheets to the screen. One game stands out: tennis, which is actually more like a very basic version of ping pong. It's easy to learn and very intuitive. Atari sees the potential and adapts the idea to create Pong. In less than a year, Pong becomes the first commercially successful video game in history. Before long, competitors are racing to copy the concept.
You can choose tennis, or hockey, handball, or squash.
Over the next few years, video games evolve at breakneck speed. By 1977, consoles like the Atari 2600 are conquering living rooms from the United States to Western Europe.
I'd like the most popular home video game system ever.
Ah, the system you want is the Atari 2600.
That's so fast. I want a system that can play hundreds of games.
Oh, then what you want is the Atari 2600.
But I'd like the system that can also play educational games for my children.
Then what you want is the Atari 2600.
Fine.
Oh my god.
Video game graphics and sound effects improve rapidly. Within just a few years, the industry produces its first true icons: Space Invaders, Asteroids, and of course, Pac-Man.
Now from Atari, a great new video game, Pac-Man.
By the late 1970s, the first home computers are sold in the US. Machines like the Commodore PET 2001 and the Apple II. And with that, the West pulls far ahead of the East in both tech and gaming. It's wild to think about how we went from here to here. Keeping up with the speed of tech is hard enough. Actually understanding AI can feel almost impossible. But notice how we started with something intriguing like the BSS-1 and organically slid into actually learning something, that's exactly what Brilliant does. Say you're looking to build better habits for next year, like really understanding artificial intelligence instead of just using it 20% off, and households in East Germany already have a TV in the living room. But they can only dream of owning a computer, let alone a game console. Of course, East Germans noticed that technology is increasingly becoming part of everyday life in the rest of the modern world, so the GDR decides to do something about the massive gap between their consumer technology and that of Western industrial countries. In 1977, the GDR declares microelectronics the country's top priority. Billions are poured into building an independent microchip industry. The idea is twofold. One, strengthen the GDR's position as an industrialized nation. Two, have its own population experience the luxury of owning home computers. Atari's success with Pong in the West doesn't go unnoticed either. By the mid-70s, the GDR's leadership decides that the country will build a console of its own.
That's so crazy, a communist console.
So let's try to figure out what the BSS-01 can do or can't do. And as you can see, an exact copy of the
Pong.
Western version of Pong.
Wow.
So this is tennis, and yes, it works.
With the controllers, you can move the paddles up or down to hit the ball. With these black buttons on the left, you can adjust in-game settings like paddle size or ball speed.
So now you got the hard mode of Pong. Interesting. Let's try soccer. Ooh, all right, interesting. So we got squash. Oh, interesting, all right. And let's try a game which is called Pilota. But I don't know what Pilota means actually. Let's make it faster, maybe that's interesting. All right.
A match ends once one of the two players makes it to 15 points, or when you get bored,
So
like
it's
Danielle
just,
here.
it's just a remake.
I think this is it.
It's just
So much for
stolen
legacy
games.
gameplay, but for the GDR, achieving even this took tremendous effort.
Yeah, they stole it.
In the 70s, there were quite a few manufacturers producing microelectronics in the GDR. To boost efficiency and streamline administration, several factories were usually integrated into so-called combines. Every combine ultimately reported to the government, or more specifically, to the State Secretary for Electronics and Engineering. At the time, that position is held by a man named Karl Neindl. His job is to turn the GDR into a microelectronics powerhouse. Neindl isn't your stereotypical party bureaucrat. He's a trained electrical engineer with a reputation for knowing exactly what he's talking about. He's strict, uncompromising, and he doesn't tolerate sloppiness. If anyone underperforms, Neindl won't hesitate to fire them on the spot. His colleagues call him Revolver Karl.
He's
the semiconductor plant in Frankfurt Oder is the GDR's largest manufacturer of microelectronics. The factory produces electronic components for devices like radios and TVs. Sometime around 1976 or 77, Revolver Karl shows up at the plant. He has an Atari console in his hands and a chip with Pong on it. His order is simple and non-negotiable. Build this. Like all Eastern Bloc states, the GDR is a planned economy, meaning capital, resources, and labor are all allocated from the top. The engineers get to work. But how are they supposed to build this thing? Their biggest headache is the main chip. Since 1949, a coalition of Western industrial nations known as COCOM has been coordinating and controlling exports to the Eastern Bloc. Their goal is to stop communist states from using advanced Western technology for military purposes. One item embargoed by COCOM is high-performance microchips. Anything too powerful or modern is blacklisted and can't legally be exported to the GDR.
Really?
The country lacks both the cutting-edge hardware and the money to develop such chips on their own. But the chip used in the Atari is the American AY3-8500. It's so low-end that it slips past the blacklist, so the GDR engineers import it. The chip sits here, right at the heart of the console. The other components were either manufactured in the GDR or imported from other Soviet states. For example, the speaker up here in the top right comes from Tesla, a state-owned company in former Czechoslovakia. This piece in the top left is the power transformer that supplies electricity to the console. The RF modulator in the center converts the signals coming from the console to a format that TV receivers can handle. The plastic casing was also produced in the GDR. The colors weren't necessarily an aesthetic choice. Factories just used whatever material happened to be available at the time. In 1979, the first BSS-1 rolls off the production line. The GDR now has its very own game console, and the country has big plans for it. The regime hopes to get young people excited about technology. If East Germany ever wants to catch up to the West, it needs a population that understands computers and a workforce capable of building them. Party leaders also see video games as an instrument of power, a chance to showcase socialist progress and the ability to innovate just like the West. But reality quickly catches up. The BSS-1 has a steep price tag. It costs roughly half of what an average East German citizen makes per month.
No!
Most consoles end up in state-run youth centers, where kids can at least play in them together. The dream of a successful East German game console never materializes. Production stops just 2 years after the initial launch.
Only 1,000 consoles were
Plans
made,
to build a follow-up model with color output are briefly considered, but never pursued. Instead, the plant moves on to manufacturing another piece of cutting-edge tech.
Tetris.
Radio alarm clocks.
Oh, damn.
But the GDR isn't ready to give up on gaming just yet.
No, was it Tetris?
In the mid-80s, East Germany commissions the development of the Polyplay, a coin-operated arcade machine. It's far more technically advanced than the BSS-1 and comes with twice as many games. It features games like Hare and Wolf, which is basically a Pac-Man ripoff. You could enjoy target practice in a classic shooting gallery, chase butterflies, or go on a virtual deer hunt. Up until the very end, the GDR firmly believed in the power of video games, especially over young people. In 1988, an East German researcher and educator wrote, "Computer games objectively tend to help children take in the ideas and values of socialism through play and its imaginative appeal."
Yeah, it's Russian-American.
1 year later, the Berlin Wall came down. The GDR ceased to...
Because you know what's crazy though? Russia created the best game of all time as Tetris. It's considered the greatest game ever made, even to today's standards. Yeah, it was created while working as a Soviet Academy of Science in Moscow, inspired by Polynomial puzzles. Philadelphia programmed the game using basic graphics, combining the Greek word tetra. Kind of crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, because Tetris is still considered one of the greatest games ever created. Hey, glasses guy's going. I added you. Look, you're right here. Look, you have glasses. Oh wait, hold up. Let me move up here. Hold up, you're right there. Glasses. How you doing? Yeah, we're just talking about like the communist what do you call it? The communist console, and it's like technically, yeah, like they created a console that was like just a ripoff, but in Russia they created one of the greatest games of all time, and that was Tetris. It's still considered the greatest game of all time.
Exist,
I think
and with
talk
it,
about this right
the
now,
country's
Dan.
gaming ambitions. But by commissioning the BSS-1, the GDR had tapped into a much bigger idea, using video games as a tool for projecting and wielding power, a strategy that is more prevalent than ever. Over the past decade, another communist country has quietly become a global gaming powerhouse. China.
Yeah, oh yeah, China.
Since 2015, tech giant Tencent has been...
Tencent has owned so many properties. It is insane, dude. By the way, how you doing, glasses guys? Merry Xmas to you. But yeah, this is the community drawing. I decided to finish it early. The reason why I decided to finish it a little bit early, guys, so we can start the new year like with a fresh idea for a community drawing. And I thought this was a real. We just created this like today, like freestyled it. I added everybody that was on my list. So yeah, I'm actually like, which I still have room to add more people, by the way. So it's like not like an issue really. But the reason why I just wanted to finish it, so it's like by next year, which is January, we will we'll start a brand new fresh community drawing idea and kind of go from there. And I already got the idea, and that's gonna be Valentine's Day. even though it's on January. But the way I'm gonna do it, it's gonna be like month and a half and so. By the time the month and a half ends, well, Valentine's ends. So yeah. So we are gonna do a Valentine's art piece next month. Well, at least at least start it for the community drawing. But yeah, so that's why I decided to finish it. At least like the first part. The second part will be made into a short where I add like shading with like ink and all that, like my ink markers.
And buying stakes in gaming companies all over the world.
Tencent owns a lot, dude.
Today,
Yeah.
Tencent is the largest video game company on the planet.
Yeah, yes, it is.
It absolutely dominates the rapidly growing market for mobile games.
Yes, it does.
China is also considered a pioneer in esports. In recent years, blockbuster Chinese titles have been drawing real attention in the West.
Yes.
But for the Chinese government, video games are more than just a profitable industry. They're also a strategic tool for broadcasting a positive image of the country to the rest of the world.
Yes, it is.
In 2019,
the same thing what they're doing with people that go over there with like Mr. Beast with his Saudi Arabia. They're doing the same thing, same propaganda.
the country published official guidelines encouraging developers to weave traditional Chinese culture into video games. The action RPG Black Myth: Wukong, released in 2024, has become a massive international hit. It's a huge success for China's.
It's a great game, but it's not the greatest game ever. It's kind of like what do you call it? Devil May Cry is way much better.
Gaming industry, and also for the Chinese government. The state wasn't directly involved in creating the game, but party officials still frame it as a win for the nation.
So this game alone did more to popularize Chinese cultural narratives internationally than many former propaganda campaigns because of the content itself that's in the video game.
Many Chinese video games are heavily censored.
China has to, keep a positive image of itself, and that includes doing censorship to any, speeches or.
Saudi Arabia doing it like it's whole like kind of like propaganda to like make them seem really Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is owned by Tencent. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It is crazy. That's why Saudi Arabia has like what right now they tapped into the video game industry. Like one of the biggest ones was Fate of Fury. Like nobody really wanted that game. Everybody there's like a niche following for that game, but not majority of people wanted that game in general, right? Fate of Fury of all things, right? But there's a guy that just put in a lot of money for that game, and the guy created because he wanted it. Because over there, he got crazy money. Sorry, guys, long day, but. Yeah, they're like crazy money, so they made it, and they made it so big enough where they even got licensed with Capcom to add Chun-Li and Ken, dude. Crazy
behavior that violates what China wants to show to the world.
Winnie the Pooh.
Since companies like Tencent are closely tied to the state, user data can easily wind up in the wrong hands.
Oh, 100%.
Despite these risks, China is becoming more and more attractive to Western tech companies.
Yes, it is.
It's already the world's second largest gaming market. And Europe and the US are in.
You know why too? It's because they understand gamers, which is like a bad thing saying it. But am I wrong by saying that, by the way, guys? I personally believe China understands gamers, at least like how to win over the gamers in general. That's just my opinion. I think they understand how to do it. It's not that hard. It really is not. It's really not that hard to win over gamers, especially at this point. Add sexy characters and good gameplay, and you're done. I mean, obviously, it's not as simple as that, but you get the idea, right? They understand how to win gamers, right? Especially even if the game is not the greatest ever, like Wukong, it's still like this. It still attracts the demographic because they understand. Like, okay, we got cool characters and we got sexy characters. Obviously, way more than that, but you get the idea. But specifically with the female gamers and guy gamers who are like handsome, pretty, yeah, like exactly, yeah, like they understand what they want, what the gamers want in general. They don't want like the way the US was making it, like realistic characters. Nobody wants that. Love and D Space Cop. Yeah, like because again, when you really think about it, who wants to play a real life character? Like in general, like I don't want to like it's kind of weird, right? It's kind of like I don't want to play as an ugly ass person. Unless you want to create a character like in a creation mode you want to create a fun, trolly, ugly character. But in general, like the main character, you generally do not want to play an ugly character. I know it sounds weird, but like people do not want to play that. It's just because like people do not want to play, or maybe not say ugly. I'll say more of the sense of realistic character who has realistic properties. No, people want like unrealistic proportions of a character because they want to play that. They want to play the fantasy of it more, right? Like look at the Lara Croft. Look at the redesign of her in a recent remake. Like now they made her back to being sexy, right? That's like what they're pushing, right? And obviously people are always like they're arguing right now and all that, but like they are doing that now, and they're pushing that now. Because at the end of the day, that's what a lot of people want. People like sex sells, pretty much. Yeah, bro, they even made Venom not like sexy, but like they made him funny, sexy. If that makes sense, if that's the saying. Where like they made him like his ass of all things. They made it like attracted enough to buy it. Not like in an attractive sense where they want him or anything like that. I mean, I don't know about that, but you get the idea. Like they made it funny, sexy, where they will buy that. But like they also have like sexy rogue characters. Like they added like the what was it, Scarlet Witch? Oh my god. Invisible Woman. Like all these characters have been adding lately. Rogue, it's like holy shit, and they keep adding more jiggle physics into them, but it's like it sounds funny, but they work for female and male gamers, because female here's a big thing too. If your character is not cosplay, you're most likely your character is a failure. All right, if your character is not cool enough to cosplay, your character is a failure.
Increasingly important markets for China's gaming industry too. China may just be on track to achieve what East Germany could only dream of, using gaming to project power.
Kind of crazy. It is crazy, but yeah, Tencent was very smart, man. Very freaking smart what they did with their money and the properties they own and stuff, dude. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It is crazy. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah, because look at what Saudi Arabia is doing. Saudi, and Mr. Beast. So they made a theme park of Mr. Beast. I don't know for how long though. Like I don't know how long they're gonna have it on there, but yeah. And they had like WWE too as well, like going there. It's like a weird thing, dude. And like everybody's talking about it. Everyone's making videos about it and stuff like that. It's like I went to Mr. Beeland. It's crazy right now. Cause yeah, like they are changing a lot of the way that people see Saudi Arabia, especially like you know, like because you know, like for the longest time, Saudi Arabia had like a very bad rep, right? Like very bad rep when it comes to like the religion to certain aspects, when it comes to certain belief systems, etc. And in recent time, they have been putting a lot of money to change that image, right? They put a lot of money into WWE TKO, and now they did what like they're doing with Mr. Beast and video games now, like they did with Fated Fury. Like they're doing the same strategy China's doing. They're doing it themselves.
Guys, we got some fans from Riyadh. Say what's up.
I can't wait to see what you guys think. I'll see you guys around.
Okay, I'll do it.
You'll have 3 chances.
3 chances? Who's here? KSI? Look at that crowd. Oh, it's Mr. Beast. That makes a lot of sense. Wow, that's Aura. Except you want to see real Aura? Watch this. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
What's up? Hello, habibi. This was gonna happen.
Amazing. 5 seconds after weighing it. I need to sit down. These are people in my entire life. And boom, jumped off. Yeah! Some fans here. And I want to give you a gift.
Chandler, give her her prize.
She won a briefcase.
$3. And thank you so much.
I'm just.
I I'm not gonna lie, guys. That theme part was boring as fuck. Okay, sorry, I'm done. I'm done. I mean, I did fast forward a lot of things, but yeah, dude. Yeah. But yeah, dude. Yeah, like I'm telling you, man, I've been putting a lot of money into this shit. Anyways, I am done for today, guys. Because today we got something really cool we're gonna do today. We're actually gonna draw a robot master for Mega Man. So if you guys don't know, Mega Man's having an art contest right now to create like a robot master, but he has to be a like there are a few rules though. Mega Man Robot Master Contest. So there's like one rule they have right now. I believe it ends. It ends around January, guys. I believe. Let me check real quick. Yeah, it ends on January 1st, literally midnight. So they have an art contest right now, and the premise of this right here is that the character has to have like kind of like a suction kind of thing on one of the arms. That's literally what they said. Like design a model for a robot with a suction arm. Like an idea of that pretty much. There's been some incredible ones recently, which we're gonna check those out on stream, guys. Like here's an entry example, like an idea, like it could just be something like this, simple like that, and just kind of go with that. Yeah, we're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it for fun. There's also the Capcom one art contest as well, which we may end up doing next week, guys. But unless I'm too late for that one. Let's see. Art contest. Yeah, I think they're doing a third one, right? Here it is. If anything, I'll start prepping for the fourth one. If anything, guys, so it's not like a big deal. It ends on. Let's see. Oh, it already ended. Damn it. All right. Well, there it goes. Submission period is on December 1st. Primarily a submission. So January is the voting time. Okay, so I messed up. All right. Well, it's all good. Oh wait, no, hold up. November to December 31st, 2025. From Monday. Oh, PSC. Okay, yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, December 31st. Never mind, guys. We still have time. So there you go. So I'm gonna do these two art pieces. Like tomorrow we're gonna come up with a sketch and design, or at least sort of the Mega Man one, and this one will be like on around Monday or something like that. And we'll probably make a video out of it, guys. So hopefully you guys can check that one out. But it won't be out till like January because I'm like trying to do other stuff right now too. It's like crazy. But yeah. So yeah, I'm actually gonna give it a try. If anything, guys, even if we don't finish in time for this like submissions, guys, especially like the Street Fighter one, it's all good because we will just upload it for like for the next contest, right? Like the fourth version, if they do it for the fourth one, which I think they probably will, but we'll see. Yeah. Anyways, so here is our community character, guys. We are done. Thank you guys again for being a part of it, guys. I wish I could have done more to the design. Which again, you guys could still be part of it, guys. You guys could still be a part of it. All right. So it's not like complete late or anything like that. And there's still a lot of room for me to add you guys. So yeah, all you gotta do is use your points on Twitch or Discord or subscribe to the channel. All that good stuff, guys. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys like it. I hope you guys dig it. So here it is right here. So here's like the full right here. So here's the hat and everything. And then here it is. And there you go. And there you go. And we literally freestyle this character like on stream, which is pretty cool, honestly. I'm surprised myself. I'm surprised myself how I'm creating some characters kind of quickly. But yeah, there you go. There you go, guys. The snowman community character, build a snowman. And then honestly, yesterday we did also like a freestyle design too, of like the art book remake, which is this one right here, which I like this one. This is a cool design in general, just for fun. And then yeah, who knows, we could use this for in the future, who knows, right? But yeah, like I said, I've got a lot of cool stuff. We're still gotta do these, by the way, guys. So there's still some stuff we still gotta do, like this book right here, guys, has plenty of ideas to create as art prints. So for example, we are working on this one right now, which is the Spider-Man, right? We were it's already on digital, and we are working on hold up. Yeah, so we want to do this one too as well, which is the pixel one but I decided that I'm missing something on these designs, guys. So technically I finished this one, but what I want to do, I want to redesign it on like the outside part. So we're gonna add like a word right here on this right here, and we're gonna add like emotes of ramen bowls and have like different faces on those ramen bowls. Happy, excited, mad, all that kind of stuff. And we're gonna add them right here, and then we'll see what else we could add onto the design. And so that's what we're gonna do. Same thing with the pixel one. And then we're gonna do a hamburger one soon too as well. That's gonna be the third one, I believe. And then we'll think of something else what we could do for as a food design kind of thing. But yeah, these have been really fun, guys. I've been having a lot of fun. But we will have to figure out what we're gonna do soon. Because again, I was gonna do this one, but I haven't had a chance to play Metroid. So this will be something, guys. We will make this into something soon. We do have the Marvel faces as well, and we also, I believe, we also do have the Marvel versus Capcom faces too, and we do have the community characters designs, like the community artworks. Like this one right here, I think it'll be really fun as an art print. I really do. I don't know, or maybe more than that. It could be like a also like maybe like a PC mat or something. I don't know. But there's a lot of potential on a lot of these designs, guys, for stickers and like we have this one right here that we started. Where I want to do all the Pokemon ones. Like this is like mostly all the ghost Pokemon, and I want to do like the fire, water, all this kind of stuff. So I really want to do that. I gotta finish this one. We're almost done with that one. So there's a lot of things we gotta finish. There's a lot of things that are already like in the works right now, but we just haven't had a chance to finish them. Yeah, like this one right here. I want to finish this one, which I think will be really great for the fighting game season. So I'm waiting for this one around Evo time. So we'll work on this one, guys, for Evo. And if we are gonna do a Street Fighter versus 2 as well, that's where we are gonna do that too. So I'm just letting you guys know what projects we have. There's some stuff that I have not done. Yeah, I didn't finish the Aang one too. Yeah, I got this one too as well. We could work on, by the way. But yeah, we didn't finish Aang, I believe, right? Yeah, I got Vegeta. I got this design too. Yeah. Oh man, we got a lot of stuff to work on, guys. A lot of stuff, dude. Holy shit. Damn, dude, I made a lot. Like a lot this year, guys. Like I got to finish the Aang one right here. I didn't finish it. It's just there. It's been sitting there for some time now. It's just these projects take a lot of time, guys. It really do. Because like I would have been done with a lot of these designs by now. But the problem is like I'm doing YouTube. I'm working too as well. And yeah, it's just a lot. I've been overwhelmed lately. So that's not a lot of chance to finish all these projects as much as I want to. But you know, take it step by step. Do it one thing at a time, guys. And yeah. Like I think we're gonna dedicate a month on January or either January or February. We're gonna dedicate that month to finish a lot of these projects that we could use for art shows, right? Because you guys don't know, I've been added to the Anime Expo, guys. 2026 Anime Expo. I'm super excited. So we're gonna start working on some more anime art pieces, but I'm gonna wait until March. You know, guys, anime stuff will be around March. Yo, what up, Saw 2333? We're gonna wait for that until March anime stuff. So January, February, we're gonna work on like video game stuff for the most part. March will be anime for the next 2-3 months, and then like by the time we're gonna do the big art shows like NostalgiaCon and Anime Expo, we're gonna start working on paintings. Well, which we probably would mix some other paintings here and there, because like again, I don't want to just do only digital or these drawings right on stream only. I want to switch it up a little bit. So, like I said, I have a lot of stuff I'm working on right now. But anyways, hope you guys had a great Christmas, guys. I am done for tonight. It is 4:00 in the morning. I need to get some sleep so I can wake up, work, watch SmackDown, and do SmackDown reactions. And then we will continue working on we're gonna work on the Mega Man art contest / maybe even the Street Fighter art contest as well, guys. That's what we're gonna do for Friday next week, guys. We got a lot of cool stuff planned for you guys. I like now that I have more time to like literally sit down and plan my streams again. Like I did a little bit this week, but now we have complete more time. Next week I will have some stuff planned for you guys. For example, we're gonna do, at least for sure, next week we're gonna finish the Spider-Man one, and we're gonna finish the ramen. Right? We're gonna finish those two things. Another thing I do want to finish is the sticker designs of the character select screens designs. I do want to finish those. I think it would be really fun to finish those. And then we what I'm thinking about doing is maybe do a painting to end of the year. Like, you know what I mean? Just do a painting to start the new year pretty much, because I believe, yeah, because we're gonna do a New Year's stream on the 31st, guys, which is on Wednesday, and then on Friday we're gonna do a painting to end, like to begin the year, or maybe Thursday because it's the first day. So we're probably gonna do a painting of some kind. I don't know what yet. I was thinking about doing a skateboard painting, because I do have a lot of skateboards. They're just been sitting around for some time now, and I'm like, after all this time, I finally have figure out, like, all right, let's finally do a skateboard painting again, guys. But yeah, like I said, just a lot of stuff I've been working on. But thank you guys again for watching. I've been talking way too much. This is a long ass outro. Hope you guys enjoyed the snowman. Again, you guys could still be added into the community character, guys. The community artwork. I mean, just use your points on Twitch or Discord, or subscribe to the channel on Kick on Twitch, or become a member on YouTube. But don't worry, guys. I'll be adding those 3 points on Kick very soon. I think I found a way to do it. So you guys could redeem your points on Kick to be added into the community artwork for free. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. I like it. Thank you guys for watching. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. I'll be back all out on today, and we'll work on Mega Man and all that good stuff. All right, guys? Thank you guys again for watching. Bye, everybody. Bye. Oh, right. I forgot one thing, too. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I uploaded a Christmas art piece there, guys. If you guys want to check it out. Bye, everybody. Oh, and also Discord. There you go. All right. Bye. Or we could do this.